I'm thinking, I checked before I came in, but I think because you know, I have it recording.
Ask Jeff.
See that?
You said call him when he's up. Is that just real quick and call him.
Also, YouTube.
Always something technology related.
Hey, it's Colleen. So I'm not going to show live on YouTube. Okay. No, well, it goes to Southborough, remote meeting stuff, or Gmail or whatever it is. It just says I do not have permission. Okay. Okay, yeah, it's recording. All right, thank you. He said he's going to post it tomorrow.
Good evening, everyone. It is November 21st, meeting of the planning board. We're here live, also on Zoom. Comment remotely, you can do so through Southborough remote meetings. Planning board is now in session. The first item on the agenda is a public hearing, 250 Turnpike Road. Take it away.
The last public hearing for this project was on November 7th, at which time it was an extension request was granted for continuation to this evening, November 21st, with an action deadline set for December 16th. That was filed with the town clerk. On November 8th, we received Fuss and O'Neill review comments of submission number 3. On November 14th, we received submission number 4, plans dated November 14th, 2022. The stormwater report was same as previous from, so the submission from Azimuth Engineers, James Tetrow. That was sent to Fuss and O'Neill for review with your cover letter because there were some minor changes that you were still describing in that. So we felt it best if they have a clean finish final letter. We have not received that letter to date, but we're waiting for it. In the interim, I had drafted a draft decision for the major site plan approval, and Attorney Chevelle had provided some review comments. I haven't taken any further action on that at this point. What will happen is I'll culminate your comments and any comments from the board, and then we'll have a final draft for review at that point. So we're awaiting Fuss and O'Neill's comments, final comments on this last submission. We submitted legal opinion request to town council regarding 5 questions related to the A&R, the parking on the lower property that had been A&R'd out of the larger parcel, and other questions regarding the special permit from 1990 and the conditions of approval that were in that decision. And we received some feedback today from town council this afternoon. And that brings us to this evening. This will be public hearing number 6. And you don't need an extension at this point because you're still good till December. So that's what I did receive. Let me just see here. As we go further into that.
Evening, gentlemen.
Good evening. And I'm Attorney Brian Charvel, representing the applicant FD 250 Turnpike Road LLC, the owner of the subject property. I'm joined again by Dave Ferris, our principal, and a couple of our colleagues from the office. Again, Ryan O'Toole, asset manager, and tonight for the first time, Rachel Mayer, who's a project manager of ours, and also our outside engineer, James Tatro from Azimuth Land Design. So we're happy to resume the discussion. Thank you. As Karina mentioned, we did take into account the board's feedback from the meeting on the 7th. And in his submission of last Monday, the 14th, I think we addressed the open items, the native plant labeling, the 30-inch oak to remain, other matters like that. And that's reflected in Monday's plans. So I think we're ready to talk about the conditions. So,
Mr. Mills?
So has everyone seen the letter of the feedback from town council?
No, we received town council feedback today, I think mid-afternoon, so it's been forwarded to the planning board, but I haven't forwarded it to the applicant.
Should we discuss that now?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and if you want, I can do is read it.
Yeah, I think if you read it or,
Yeah, I'll just generally give you an update and you can
Great.
always provide you with the direct feedback.
sure.
So I just want to point out that in the cover letter for submission 4, there were some changes made. So at the prior meeting, there was some landscaping questions from the planning board members. And so on the existing condition sheet E1, the existing conditions plan was revised to add 3 maple trees at the northwest corner of the site and a 30-inch oak on the westerly side of the lower driveway entrance. They had already been noted on the landscaping plan, but they were missing from existing conditions. On sheet S2, it was revised to show proposed restriping of the 17 spaces west of the existing building and 20 spaces on the westerly edge of the lower parking. So those parking spaces had been identified with smaller dimensions than what town code requires. So the engineer, Mr. Tetchell, had updated the plans to reflect proper parking space size, and in essence, all it did was just extend the parking slightly further in one direction in order to compensate for the extra half a foot per space. Probably stealing the thunder here. Let's see, the 3 maple trees and the 30-inch oak tree noted were also added to this site layout sheet S2. And location of the proposed snow storage was made and shown in proper areas. And I believe there was 1 snow storage area added to the plan. And then on the landscaping plan, sheet L3, it was revised to propose only native tree and shrub species. Additional trees were added along the site's Route 9 frontage, so that a total of 26 trees counting both proposed and future site entries be present. There are additional trees in the wooded area. Let's see here. Sheet L3 was also revised to note the existing 30-inch oak tree on the westerly side of the lower driveway entrance. So that is the reason why we resent this back to Fuss and O'Neill, so that they could verify that those changes were properly made and to close that process. So now on to town council. What I'll do is I will identify the question that we asked, and then I will give town council's response, and then if I can, I'll elaborate a little bit on it. So the planning board had 5 questions for which they wanted a legal opinion on. The first one was that the proposed self-storage project on the newly created northerly lot had a row of parking spaces that is located beyond the southern property. You can see that on the plan here. Okay, so this is the zone line, also the property line, based on the A&R that was endorsed in May. So the proposed self-storage on the newly created lot showing parking spaces located beyond the southern property line of the proposed self-storage facility, encroaching onto the newly created southerly lot, and also within an area extending into the residential A zone, which the plan calls out as a 30-foot use easement. Is it allowable for the current site plan to encroach on another parcel? Town council elaborated the creation of new lot lines raises problems with the orphaned parking on the new lot. It does not appear that such parking would be allowed in the residential zone, as we discussed would, nor as we discussed would the 30-foot rule apply to this lot. So when you had one large parcel here, and in the past you had that parking that went into the residential A zone, I believe that was allowed, and it was even discussed in some of the documents. The select board approved it because there's a town code section that allows you to go 30 feet into a more restricted zone or to the property line, whichever is less. When you divided the lot, you created your own hardship in a sense. Because now you have an illegal use in the residential zone because the parking is storage. I don't know what it was defined by the building commissioner during the special permit. So one of the ways, I think the way to mitigate that would be to provide a new A&R.
We're not going to likely do that. If anything, we would just argue residential would have appropriate parking. So I don't think another A&R is going to happen. So I
Because
think
right
we should,
now, town council says it's an illegal use in residential A, so I don't know how you remedy it without.
well, we could talk to the neighbors to get their feedback. We could put something in residential A that will cover a tremendous amount of parking.
But the code, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I
It's gonna
understand.
come down to town council.
We should probably have town council here at the next meeting. Because that's the last meeting we're gonna have on this entire approval, where we gotta go another direction. We've vetted this out pretty exhaustively for an existing use. It's a low burden on the community. It's a benefit to the town. And we're talking about putting a fence and a gate up. That's why we've been here multiple hearings and why I have several $1 million escrowed that is not being put to work in the building.
So is that parking going to be used for the facility, or are you gonna abandon that parking?
I think if we have to put the fence where the line is, we'll put it there in the interim period of time so we get utility from the site near term, if that's what this board deems appropriate to get the approval. If later we need those extra spaces due to expansion and growth of the facility, we'll come back to the board and we'll make that hardship case and we'll deal with that then. But it's very important to this committee that this thing move forward. And the town,
I'm not an attorney and I'm just
you're relaying what
conveying what you
I
said.
understand.
So it's the board's decision, and I just want to weigh out all the
I
facts
understand.
right now from what, because you weren't privy to this email yet.
Right.
I just was reading it. So that was the first issue, and that's probably your biggest hurdle right now.
We
So-
have no permit to work in that building as it stands now. And I'm paying a lot of interest per day that is very, very significant amounts of money. And I'm being obstructed from doing that over a fence and a gate around this outdoor parking use that has not changed one bit. No
So the-
stormwater changes have occurred. No new pavement is occurring. And by right, we should just be able to at least put a fence and a gate in and use the property so that we can get a permit issued upon the main building.
So you don't have a building permit?
No,
Because it seems to have come through my online, the online program came to me, and I thought there was a building permit that you just don't get a certificate of occupancy.
we haven't gotten a building permit.
Have you applied for it?
We've asked repeatedly for it. Yes,
Okay, because I did convey the information.
I know you did
So
your
you
part.
have
I'm
that.
very appreciative of the liaison
Yeah,
work you've done.
I
And
just want to make
I
sure.
don't want to
that you
speak
know-
out of school about our building inspector. She's been great and responsive. But I think this is out of ordinary, normal business procedure for the bylaw and the way your town, our town is written. And this is very abnormal not to be able to get work done. And we talked about that several weeks ago. And I've paid a couple $1,000 a day of extra interest. But it's now getting to the point where this is like the minimum use we could use this building for. We have multiple parties approaching us to buy the empty building and use it for other uses that are not beneficial to the community, that would make us a tremendous amount of money, and we could just walk from it. And we have other uses in other buildings. We're one of the largest taxpayers in town, and we have a record in this community for building tax valuation. And this is such a light lift, and I've never been before a board where I feel like to get a gate and a fence on an existing stormwater that I'm not changing, where we're continuing to have meeting after meeting.
Well, understand that per town code, it's a change of use, and that requires site plan approval.
I understand that the use has already been changed for probably 2 months.
In a contractor's yard, lumber storage, fuel storage are allowed by right in this zone.
You still need site plan for change of use, regardless if
Right.
it's allowed by
But-
special permit or by right.
It-
Site plan is still required.
It's important context, though, for the board to keep in mind when it comes to your review of the site plan. That town meeting has decided that under the zoning bylaw, that use up to 50,000 square feet is by right. Those uses,
It still requires site plan.
Right.
And that's why.
I'm just citing it, though, as I said, an important thing to keep in mind when it comes to the conditions you're imposing.
So I think the goal would be higher than mitigate. You could probably just, I don't know yet. Any board still has to speak to it, but maybe you get some ideas tonight on the way that would. could work out.
Well, Dave mentioned one idea, which is that the fence could go at the end of these spaces, so the spaces are not utilized as part of the site plan site. The site, the fence could be installed on the lot.
And that would be up to the board to determine, and then if they have further questions for town council on that. So we just want to do the right thing. I know you
Yeah.
do too, so
For sure.
maybe we can, maybe it's, something we resolve and brainstorm an idea. So that's that. The second question was about, does a special permit run with the use of the property and a variance run with the land? So that if the use changes, the special permit with restrictions for the prior use no longer applies. So town council respond, the answer is it depends. 5 conditions of approval in that special permit and regarding the 1990 special permit, there were 5 conditions of approval. Appear to remain applicable and can only be altered by a new special permit. So what he explained to me is that the use is one aspect of it, but then you also have the site aspect. So conversion of the building, changing from office, vacant office to self-storage, that's the use, but there were restrictions based on the site as well. And the conditions were, number 1, no building on the residential A lot. Number 2, no egress onto Parkerville Road. Number 3 was maintain a 25-foot buffer, vegetated, I think it meant the existing wooded vegetated buffer for the residential properties. The last 2 conditions were very specific to the use at the time, which was light manufacturing and assembly. So those wouldn't be applicable to you because that was specifically written in those conditions for that use. So you have those 3 conditions, I think, that you'd have to contend with. And, from my personal look at the plans today, based on those conditions, this project that's presented, I don't think, I think you would comply with those 3.
We agree.
So that's just my opinion as town planner, having looked at it. So then, question 3 was, in the 1990 ZBA decision, the decision of approval was titled as variance, but the vote was taken on a special permit. So we got copies of the application, the actual applications that were submitted to the zoning board, and it verified that it was a special permit and that the variance was in error, the term variance. And then the 4th question was kind of a repeat of number 2, which said, does the 1990 ZBA special permit with restrictions for the light manufacturing and assembly use granted on the original larger parcel still hold if the use changes, noting that the 1990 ZBA special permit was for the original larger property, and the new 2022 ZBA special permit granted is for conversion of vacant building from office use to self-storage use under the town code. Note that there are several restrictions in the 1990 ZBA permit, and town council refers to his answer number 2, which was he feels, his opinion, he opined that the 5 conditions of approval in that 1990 special permit remain applicable and can only be altered by new special permit. In regards to that, I spoke with CBA Chair David Williams this afternoon, and I queried him as to what was the intent during the ZBA public hearing regarding these conditions, and it was his opinion that it wasn't elaborated on, but that he agreed that it would be still applicable. The 5 conditions, basically the 3, because the 2, that was the intent. Then the last question was, in endorsing the A&R plan from May, did the planning board negate any conditions of the 1990 ZBA special permit that was in place? And the answer was no. Town council opined that the A&R was approved under the subdivision control law and does not alter the zoning. So that's basically the answers to those.
Mr. Mills.
So that was a lot for, I mean, and we just got it today too.
Right.
Thoughts, I guess.
Not really any. I mean, I agree with Karina that basically this takeaway is there were 5 conditions in 1990. Town council thinks all 5 of them apply. 2, maybe 3 of them could relate to what we're trying to propose to do now. But they don't really affect what we're talking about, because we're not proposing a building on the residential A lot.
Understood, yeah.
We're not proposing egress onto Parkerville Road. And there has to be a 25-foot buffer of wooded area maintained where residential properties meet. And we're not proposing to disrupt anything there. My argument on that condition would be, that means where the residence A portion of 250, or lot B in this case, meets the Kittredge parcel, the Palmer parcel, because that's residential meeting residential. And that's where there needs to be a 25-foot wooded buffer.
Also, be it known that Kittredge property is now owned by there.
Yes, by FD 250. I was just referencing it by
Because the abutters
purpose of the map.
list, when you bought it, the certified abutters list at the time was still in effect, did not, it had Kittredge as proper, and abutters listed it for 6 months.
Yeah.
So,
I'm not kidding or trying to be overzealous when I say, let's talk about the conditions for the use. Because I think we heard from town council, but none of that affects this site plan and doing work in this area, aside from answer number 1, which is let's work out how we're going to not have this site plan property use the space as a parking.
Okay.
And if Mr. Ferris is willing to agree to have the fence be on the lot line and therefore make those parking spaces inaccessible, then they're not serving the site plan property. It's too bad because they're there.
Well, I
They're
think
in use by right
it forces
today.
the issue of all the people behind us. I mean, town council's basically put a line in the sand and said, go ahead and like test us in court or test your use and see how far you can go with it, rather than just saying, you know what, we're working with you. You know, doesn't really make a difference. We're gonna add the fence there. You're a common owner. They could have fallen a lot of different ways in this. We'll deal with that offline with town council. We obviously aren't country bumpkins. We have a lot of skilled outside attorneys as well. We consult them before we come before a board like yours. We know what we're talking about. This isn't the first project we've looked at with site lines, and we have a pretty good understanding of what lot B could be. And to suggest we can't have some parking on there, you know, there's a lot of things we could do tomorrow morning by right with that property. We have chosen to be a cooperative citizen of this town because I live here. I feel like this is getting really stretched out to put up a fence and a gate to use the property that we own and what we're paying interest on.
let me ask, is there Because Attorney Charbel, as an attorney, might be able to answer this. Is there a way to mitigate that by going back to the zoning board of appeals? Would a variance be applicable, or there's no use there? I mean, there's no. So.
Yeah.
Is there any other opportunity that you can see by going back to the zoning board to request?
Another A&R plan comes to mind, although I don't think we want to spend the time on that.
Well, that would happen very quickly as far as this perspective, as far as on this side of the fence. So if you got that, is it just time that's your issue with submitting an A&R to
Yeah.
change a
Yeah.
lot line?
And frankly, then that I feel like is going to be used as a cudgel, not by this group, but by others, in terms of what that means for the approval of the site plan. And could be then further waylay the approval issuance of the building permit.
I don't understand the word.
But let me be totally clear about this. I'm traveling overseas and here the group of people that agreed to work with us in this project leave the meeting with years of people that work for me, calling me and telling me, this is how we can sandbag and screw up this guy's project. I have a real big problem with neighbors that we're trying to work with, leaving a meeting when I'm overseas burying a loved one that are trying to bury a project after a public meeting. Now, that's third-hand information, but it's from people that I know, trust, and have no axe to grind.
I
So.
think the planning board, and I could be.
So
speaking
what I
wants
think
to
Brian
make
is saying, and I want to be direct, is we don't feel like there's good faith on both sides any longer about getting a very simple plan put forward that actually benefits the very people.
Well, if I may, see how the A&R from May has been used. That was recorded, but it's led to unwarranted questions about, was it done? And I said to the board directly, I think in the first meeting in August, the A&R was done to make there be self-storage property and then sort of residual, and to cut it along the zone line, basically, aside from.
We could put it anywhere. We
without
just
the
did it for
zone.
simplicity for the community.
And yet it's led to town council questions, delay for town council
Because
opinion,
town code says you can't do that.
and here we are.
It's the use in the wrong zone, and that's the problem, and the town code is the town code, so the board has to act in accordance with that, and if there's a question, of course they go to town council to ask. So there's not a reason to try and sign you, it's just when. code comes
I
up,
want to
we
be
have
very clear of distinguishing what we're saying. We think the town is working very constructively to try and get it done. I think we don't feel that's happening any longer with the neighbors based on community discussion after a very open public forum meeting. I wasn't here, so I'm being very transparent. It's third-party information.
So I was not privy to any discussion after a meeting, but I know the question arose from a planning board member because we've never seen a site plan in which the site plan leads into another lot.
Right.
The question was, we have a site plan, we're looking at one site, but this is bleeding into another lot.
So let's just
That
agree
was
the fence line
question.
should go. And that's the only use area that we can have at this point. And if we need those spaces at some point for further development, we would obviously come back to this board and seek a change in the sight line or a new A&R plan or some other use, but let's not just endlessly table 30, 40 people like that are professionalized trades welders from doing work over the last 6 weeks. I mean, that's a real thing, you know?
Yeah, I guess I'm still confused about getting the building permit, because I thought we voted that we were okay. There was
Right.
on your, like, so we're on board.
I agree, and I know you're
Okay.
supportive. I'm
I
just
just wanna
telling you,
make
like,
sure.
it's sort of like the left hand and the right hand. You guys did your, like, we're very cooperative and I appreciate the vote. It just hasn't happened.
All right.
And it's, you know, just,
Oh, I thought you said you only went as far as you could go right now in the building.
we did like probably 6 weeks ago. And so we pulled all of those trades off and, you know, there's no work. We had people working in the building. We have all the material there. We accelerated delivery of material that's been sitting out back. We actually had to move inside because it began to rust. I mean, rust.
So you applied for a building permit?
Oh yeah, that was applied for in early September. I
You
think.
followed up.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
Just
I've been down there
you just
personally
haven't gotten
multiple
the
times.
sign
That's
off
right.
yet.
Yeah.
I think, was there another, there was another department that had a comment related to which, and I could be mixing this up, but maybe you remember, there was another department who was not able to sign off on it for some reason, and was that the Board of Health? Was there another, there was another party? Why is the building- Yeah, there's a reason why the building permit's being held up.
Okay, but it's not on us.
It's not on you. No, absolutely.
No, but I
That's-
just recall that maybe that
that's
was.
all
What's that?
Curious
All
about why is it being held up? Are they telling you?
It's not.
I don't
No,
know.
it's-
It's, I think it's under review now, and one of the project managers is here, like Rachel, who's
I
like,
could be
this is her
mixing it up.
project, so,
Yeah.
I
Okay,
don't know.
yeah.
all right, I just want to make sure.
No, thank you.
So, yeah, I guess if you're willing to put the fence down the parking line, the actual line.
Thank you.
Mr. Stein?
Thanks, Mimi. So just want to be clear, I want to confirm, we are all in agreement that it is not the planning board that is holding up the building permit or the work. Are we clear on that?
We are.
Yeah,
Is the proponent?
he's shaking his head, yes.
Yes, yep.
Okay. Because that kept coming up when we're talking about town council's opinion on the lots. So I was a little confused by that. In regards to town council's recommendation for a new ANR, it seems clear the proponent does not want to proceed on that basis. So I would think that we would be needing to see a change on the plan. Am I correct?
Not really. I mean, there's already a line there. It would be, the board adopts the plan with the fence to run parallel with the property line where it's, but we split the lot based on industrial residence line, just for simplicity.
So the line would have to, we would be interpreting the line to be a fence? I mean,
Yeah, because I think town council's saying you can't have a quote industrial use in a residential district, even though it's existing parking spaces.
so,
Even though a residential lot could clearly have parking spaces for a whole bunch of reasons. You could own a residential lot and you could just decide, I'm gonna put some parking in it and have X amount of ground cover. There wouldn't be, like, I can guarantee that amount of space. If we wanted tomorrow to, put 50 spaces in the middle of that lot, we could probably do that. I'm
well,
guessing.
okay, now in fairness
Maybe not.
to Mr. Ferris, they were just appraised of this, of town council's opinion tonight at this meeting. So it would seem that there's going to have to be a little bit more dialogue between the proponent and the planning department on how, I mean, if it's going to be in the order of conditions, that would have to be, clearly spelled out. There's been a couple of new things about this matter that I haven't encountered before, such as the lots. So now it would be that, we have a lot line being interpreted as a fence, a constructed fence. So that would definitely, need to be clarified, in my opinion. Thank you.
Mr. Stein, yes, you are.
So first, thank you for updating the plans. Appreciate that. I think I looked through, I was fine with the modifications. I'm in agreement with Mr. Stein that I do think you would need to illustrate that the wall, I'm fine with supporting the wall on the property line, but I would need to see that on the plan. Fence, sorry, not the wall. That's the other one. Fence.
Would the board consider taking action, not necessarily tonight, but even on the 12th? Or whenever you all, at your earliest convenience, that includes the condition that the signed sheet show the fence in that location.
All right, restate, what is your question?
Well, we're definitely gonna, I guess, we're headed still, I hope, toward the board voting on the 12th. Is that right, Karina?
That's the goal, if that's the board's goal. I am happy to finish the draft decision to where it needs to be.
We can have, I'm sure that night or 7 calendar days before that night, a plan sheet that shows the fence on the lot line. I hope that the recent Fuss and O'Neill letters have been what I think the next one's gonna say, which is nothing to see here, keep moving on. Or they say there are 5 waiver requests, we defer to the board. So I think this is gonna be another non-substantive change. So I hope we don't get waylaid waiting for Fuss and O'Neill to wait on. But we'll have James change that sheet.
I just wanted to ask some clarifying questions about noise. I guess my thinking is, from what I've heard of the plan for the outdoor storage, that this is like kind of a long-term, maybe boat, RV. Somebody's going to park it there, maybe take it out once a month or less. And so I wanted to just ask, will you put any kind of restriction on that? Could somebody, for example, park a piece of equipment that they use every day or once a week and come in the middle of the night and take it out? I'm concerned about noise for the neighbors. And so I just wanted to get some more clarification around how that exterior storage would be used. And what do you envision there?
Yeah, I feel like we've talked about it every instance of the hearing.
Yeah.
I know in giving feedback to Karina on the draft decision, I've included a proposed condition that said that the gate access would be closed to all aside from the first responders between 10 o'clock PM and 6 o'clock AM
Yeah.
is what we put out there. But we think that during other hours that there could be coming and going. And I know you had asked a couple weeks ago for us to look at how outdoor storage occurs or doesn't occur at other self-storage buildings.
Yeah.
And it seems very, very common. Our office has done a survey of it and I've reviewed that, and especially boat, RV, car, uncovered, food truck, Airstream trailer seems to overlap really with every self-storage building.
Yeah.
So I think it's part of the course.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Thank you. And thanks for looking, because I've been looking for examples too. I wanted to just let you know that I was just made aware today from the Board of Health that we have a industrial noise policy. So the town adopted a noise bylaw, I guess at town meeting last year, right? April of 2022, this year? Wow, it seems like a long time ago. But there was a proposal for some language in that bylaw that was suggested to be taken out to make it more simple to get through town meeting. So it did not include industrial or standing noise. So the board, just a little history that the Board of Health intended to take this up. And I have actually been speaking to them about potential industrial noise bylaw. So in speaking with the Public Health Director, Heather Alford, today, she sent me a couple of documents, and the Board of Health did adopt a policy for industrial noise, which I think would apply. So it's simply, as far as my quick reading and checking with Dr. Alker, it appears to follow the Mass DEP air quality standards. I believe it doesn't go outside of that, and I think that was just intentional to capture that Southborough Mass, as a Board of Health follows Mass DEP standards. And so, so the question I had, because she mentioned to me that she believes that, could apply and could be a condition. So the proponent, they would need to follow the policy. That seems easy enough. The question comes up is, what happens if there is noise? What happens if, there's just one of, not in the inside storage facility, because I think that's kind of unlikely, but in the exterior, what happens if there is sort of a noise problem of some sort? How do you think that would go, or what would happen?
If I may, I think, this concept that we're proposing before the board is pretty analogous to the neighbor next door, David Eagle, who's a long time, or was a long time resident of Southborough, has been very successfully operating almost an identical type of model next door with much heavier equipment, like 18-wheelers pulling in large, temporary permanent storage facilities that's delivered to our types of place, temporary work sites that require much larger trucking and create much more noise than, F-250 and a guy pulling in a boat. So, I think if bluntly, this board were dealing with a sensitive church next door or, not a car dealer on the other side. And this project is further from neighbors than David Eagle's project, which is right up abutting Sarson's Way. It's kind of like what's good for the goose is good for the gander. This is actually less burdensome than the direct neighbor who's using it with larger vehicles, has a full-time mechanic workshop out of that site and is customizing, equipment and boxes there on site and doing real, like almost quasi-industrial work in garage bays, servicing vehicles. And I don't think anybody from Sarson's Way is coming before and saying, let's check the health, code. I think this is the classic case of it's a change of use. It's in a zone that kind of calls for it. It's directly analogous to the neighbor. It's not burdening the other neighbor, the car dealer who I stood next to last night at my kid's hockey game. Not saying he endorsed it. I didn't even bring it up to him, but he said, oh, by the way, I know you're doing that. And it's got a pretty big buffer right now of woods that has got the neighbors on high alert and has probably led to a lot of consternation around probably like the most minimal industrial use they could get. And so it's, from my standpoint, like, let's just step back from 50,000 feet and ask, is this like on Route 9? Is there a neighbor using it directly the same? And is this likely to be more burdensome or less burdensome than the direct neighbor? And I think if you think from that context, it kind of meets with the keeping of what it is.
So noise is a funny thing, and and you're in a spot that's very close to residential neighbors, right? And I feel the same way that, we have a light bylaw, for example, that the light cannot spill or trespass into a residential area, right? And I feel the same about noise, that I don't think that the neighbors should have to, hear anything going on in any industrial area. And we're not covered by a noise bylaw, so I'm looking for like a condition that would work. I would note that I'm quickly checking Eagle Leasing, and I've checked their hours before, and their hours are, if I'm looking, I'm kind of on Google because I couldn't quickly find it on their site, but they say 6 to 5 p.m. So I wanted to ask you, I'm looking for similar examples. And I think I found A1 storage in Kingston and some others. They all have kind of like 7 to 7 or 7 to 5 or some sort of daytime hours, and yours goes till 10 p.m. So I'm interested to find if there's something more similar. Or do you expect, high traffic between 6 p.m. and 10?
No, but I think it's a lot like the
10 p.m.
Cadillac dealer. Like if you had your car serviced, and you got out of work and you finished dinner with your family, you might decide to drop your car and your keys off at 9 p.m. at night. It wouldn't
Right.
be the norm. People aren't going to get their oil changed at 9 p.m. at night, but
Right.
they might need to get in there and do that. And it probably doesn't change any dramatic like noise or whatnot. I think it could be a lot like the guy who needs to head to, tow his boat down south for the winter and wants to get an early start and leaves at 6 in the morning or, something like that. So I don't think it's the norm, but I think we don't want to be operating from a bunch of rules that make it burdensome for local enforcement issues when it's not really practically going to be a regular occurrence.
No, I understand, but if
Yeah.
we're saying it's similar to Eagle Leasing, I think we should look at the hours on Eagle Leasing. If they can make it work and be successful, and how, shouldn't it work for you also, something like that.
Right.
That's all I have.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, though. we discussed before that there's not gonna be, like, people aren't gonna be able to run a business out of
Right,
that. So
Right.
it's, if anything, you know, try to go with the noise.
Yeah.
And the car analogy too. Okay, if someone picked up a big container of someone's stuff that was gonna be stored there, yeah, you might have a truck backing up, drop it. Spot and leave,
right,
5-10 minutes,
right.
get it backing up. But there's not gonna be. Yeah, I'm trying to think of scenarios where you hear a lot of noise. I can't think of one, if someone's not allowed to work there.
Right.
Maybe someone's storing heavy equipment, but they might just load it up and take it away because they're not, they can't work there. So, I think if, for me personally, if they're sticking to that, it's not gonna be a place for someone to actually run their business. Difficult to find it.
Yeah, I don't think it would be ongoing, but I guess, I hope it wouldn't be that, their equipment's down there and every morning they go down and start up their engine at, 4:30 in the morning or something like that. So that's also not fair to the neighbors. But that sounds like that's not the intended use, so I'm happy with the response. Thank you. Well said, yeah, that's all said, thanks.
Thank you for all the changes on the plan. So the trees along Route 9 and the trees along the western border, are they remaining?
Yes, and we actually wanted to point out, we had previous version of plans intended to count a certain number of trees in the, just off the wetland area between the two driveways, the upper driveway here, lower driveway here, leaving the wetland. And we had flagged a bunch of them for the surveyor to locate. He really wasn't going to be able to do so in a really quick manner. And so we convened with the landscape architect and instead added extra trees to get to at least the 26 necessary. That's of existing identified and proposed trees along the Route 9 frontage. There are in fact several extra additional trees that could be counted in that area just off the wetland here, but those will just in fact be extras.
So the trees that are flagged with the pink tape, those
Yeah.
are for the surveyor to.
Those were for the surveyor to locate too, so that he could, so we would be able to show, okay, there's a 3-inch maple right here. There's a 8-inch oak right here, et cetera. And it just turned out with the schedule that he wasn't going to be able to do that in a timely manner. So we could submit to be in a week before this meeting. And so we convened with the landscape architect and just said, we'll just show this was to make up, I think, a deficit of 7 trees or something. That's 7 trees. It's not that big. So in the end,
The
addition
pink,
to the
the pink
26
tape
shown.
made me nervous because that usually means the trees are coming down. So those trees are not coming down.
No, that was just
They're all
to tell the surveyor, please locate this one.
Okay. Will he be able to locate them before the 12th?
I think so, but I don't know for sure. After finding out that he couldn't locate it before the other meeting, and then talking to the landscape architect, I told him, okay, this is now in the back burner. Those are just going to be extra. So I would actually have to sort of get him back up to speed about getting that onto the schedule. So and I would say I think so, but I can't say for sure.
Sure. Go ahead.
So I was just looking at the building permit and I just wanted to, and I could be misunderstanding this, but it says that on November 14th, I think Rachel Mayer added floor plans to the building permit application, right? Rachel, was that you? So that was November 14th. It says floor plan for update like added, and then it says something to the effect that on November 8th, and that was after the November 7th meeting, because at some point I had notified the building department on November second, after 2 meetings ago, that the planning board was okay with you moving forward with the interior work contingent on that no occupancy permitting. So when I look at the activity fee, it looks like your team submitted something on the 14th of November.
Rachel, why don't you come up?
And then it looks like a floor plan, and then just, on November 8th, it says, status went from on hold to active. So are you sure you don't have your approvals? That's all, I just wanted to make sure. So you submitted something to the building department on November 14th?
Yeah, what was submitted on the 14th was in response to the questions that they had about the emergency lighting and egress. So we had our architects update it, and what we submitted there.
The
was
floor
the
plans, okay, that's what I see.
Yeah, but the plans are submitted some time ago, so I want to be clear with this.
Yeah,
Not that you're in any way your responsibility. You did what the takeaway was, and I'm grateful for it, which was tried to-
I just don't know, because it just looks like it was put back to active, so you might want to check again.
last week, right?
I think last Wednesday.
So that, I'm just pointing that out to you. So
Yeah.
If you haven't followed up, maybe there's just a communication.
Right.
I could be totally wrong. That stands out to me that maybe we do have something. that we can do something. Thank you, I just wanted.
Just one other question. You have Northern Bayberry
Yes, yeah,
as a plant, and then that's listed as the botanical name. I don't think that's good.
this is in the additional plants to be dropped onto the plateau above the wall here. Here, with 10 Northern Bayberry, coordinating the specific locations with the landscape architect. Oh, you're right. He copied the line over and he didn't put in the Latin name.
Do you want to talk about conditions?
Yes.
Or should we talk about waivers first?
Yeah. Yeah, waivers first.
We're just gonna put the draft decision up on the board, so you can see it.
Thank you.
And I appreciate your review comments on that, so great. There we go. So again, these are just materials submitted, which I will update pretty quickly. So we want to move on to the waivers. Onto page 4. So I'm gonna just read the waivers, so the planning board and the audience can hear. So the first waiver is from zoning section 174-13.5 stormwater report. The proponent indicated there is no proposed earth disturbance to the site which would impact existing stormwater management plan designed and built as part of the original site plan approved in 1986. The existing facility utilizes a series of catch basins to feed 2 separate detention basins. The system will be maintained as is. There are no changes proposed to the existing drainage system except for cleaning the inlet outlets and maintenance of existing basins to ensure capacity and function. That's what you have to vote to grant or not.
And so the cleaning of the existing drainage basins, that's under the. purview.
Yes, I think that you have to go back for notice of intent.
Yes.
Do that one.
We've told Melissa we'll absolutely be back to that.
Any discussion on the first waiver, Mr. Lynn?
No.
Mr. Stein? Any?
No, I'm
comments?
fine with that one.
Ms. Houlihan?
I'm fine.
Mr. Murray?
Let's try to just do them all at once.
All at once?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it'd be more efficient.
So the second waiver that I have listed is no longer required. It was for landscaping designation, specific plantings, a landscaping plan has been submitted. And this application, which identifies existing specific plantings already on site, unless specifically stated on the landscaping plan, these plantings are intended to remain. The landscaping plan does not identify each specific species which currently exists on site, as there are significant areas of natural wetlands. In other words, to the extent a waiver is required for not identifying each existing plant in wetland or wooded area, a waiver is requested. And I think that we had talked about this previously, that wasn't required because they were specified.
Yes, originally you were going to keep the current landscaping, but that was removed and new landscaping was proposed, which we have the specific plantings for, so I don't think that.
Third waiver?
So we're gonna strike that completely.
Yes,
Yes.
strike
Okay.
the second waiver. The third waiver request, and these align with Fuss and O'Neill's review comments as well that were provided. Third waiver is a waiver from zoning 17410B to D13. Show existing trees on the site which are a caliber of 6 inches or larger. As this is an existing site containing a significant amount of mature vegetation, it would be unduly burdensome to locate and identify each tree which are a caliber of 6 inches or larger. The site contains a significant amount of wetlands which will not be disturbed and likely contains hundreds of such trees. The landscaping plan provided has identified prior specific plantings and on site and calls out those with a caliber of 6 inches or larger. So the planning board will have to decide if they want to grant that waiver. Fourth waiver is from zoning section 174-10B2B15 drainage, including detailed design data, pipe sizing, etc. The proponent indicated that no earth disturbance or modifications are proposed which would impact the existing drainage plan. There are a series of catch basins which feed two detention basins and still adequately serve the site. As these conditions are pre-existing and predate the applicant's ownership of the property, detailed design data is not available. There are no changes proposed to the existing drainage system except for cleaning the inlets and outlets and maintenance of the existing basins to ensure capacity and function. The next waiver is waiver from zoning 174-10B2B18 sewage disposal, including detailed design information. Proponent indicated the existing site has a fully functional and pre-existing septic system which will remain unchanged. The proposed use is a considerable reduction in the burden placed on the system. The existing system was designed in conjunction with the 53,000 square foot building containing approximately a dozen restroom facilities. As the proposed use will have nearly no occupancy and will only require one restroom facility, the existing septic system is exceptionally overbuilt. Board of Health agreed that the existing septic system is larger, adequate than needed for the self-storage business.
And we also note that this site had a Title V inspection done of that septic system which passed.
For one bathroom.
Sorry.
So, waiver from zoning section 174-10B2B20 curbing. The applicant is not proposing to install any curbing and requests a waiver regarding the same. And then I had two holding placeholders for a waiver from landscape buffer on the west side, which you have since added, and waiver for parking space dimension, which you have since fixed. We don't need those. So those are the 1, 2, 3, for 5 waivers.
Do you anticipate with what Fussman and Neal still has to review in the final?
Mhm.
And I know the proponents council said that might be some other things, but do you think we have captured all the waivers possibly Fussman and Neal is going to come back with? Or do you think-
I believe so. I
Okay.
think I would say 95%, yes.
Okay. I make a motion, we grant the waivers listed in the draft decision of the major site plan approval for 250 Turnpike Road self-storage facility. Dated 11/2/22. All right,
Yes.
as discussed and amended this evening.
And you didn't have any changes to the waivers in your revisions?
Correct.
I had a quick question.
Mr. Stein?
So the third waiver regarding reflecting existing trees on the site, which are a caliper of 6 inches or larger. If the second waiver is being struck, and we do have a landscaping plan, why do we need a waiver for that?
It's a requirement in the bylaw that truly 6 inches caliper or more are identified on the plan. Separate section.
Right. So I guess I'm wondering what if, wouldn't the landscaping plan reflect that then?
It does not.
Correct. And it's a little different requirement than the one which is struck. The one which is struck, again, focused more on landscaping, existing such plants as shrubbery, whereas this particular condition is directed more at trees elsewhere on the site. There's obviously overlap, but it's not quite the same thing.
So typically when you have a wooded area, it's relatively dense. Applicants request a waiver from this section with the 6-inch calibers or larger because there are so many of them to identify. Whereas the other waiver that we're getting rid of, the applicant provided a landscape plan.
Okay. So am I to take it then that no trees are going to be removed as part of the work?
In the wooded area. Right?
That is correct. There have been some trees that were in the existing landscaping that were cut and that are to be replaced per the landscaping plan sheet L3 of the site plans. But the wooded areas as described in that particular requirement, no, there are not to be any trees in those areas on site to be cut.
Okay, thanks for explaining.
And I would just add that, one of the impetuses for that is that if you're revising, you're changing the grade on your site, you're clearing a good portion of your site, the board wants to know where are there significant trees that we might want you to try and stay away from. Is there a 30-inch oak over here that if you, just move the road 5 feet, you can avoid that significant oak? Well, that's not really an issue here with this proposal.
Thank you.
Second.
So we have a motion in a second, and more discussion. All in favor, Latrell, yes.
Bill's yes.
Stein, yes.
Lehan, yes.
Demiria, yes.
Okay. That was good.
So for conditions, next we're going to talk about the conditions and if we want to add any, and then we're going to leave them out there until our next meeting for people to be able to review them and vote on them at the next meeting.
Correct.
Assuming everything goes smoothly and then we will. Right,
That sounds like,
I like to say it just so everyone knows what to expect.
yes, thank you, Mr. Rhodes.
So you want me to move on to the conditions?
Yes.
All right. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll go through the conditions and I'll refer to Brian's draft.
Great.
And if you have any
Thank you.
comments related to that, we'll hash it out. Right here.
Great, just quickly, are there responses in the Dropbox too?
Yes,
This current backdrop.
Yes. you'll find it right next to. This is the planning board. You'll see the decision MSPA 250 Turnpike Road draft 11/2/22, and right below it is. Reads the same, it says B Charvel Regs 11/7/22.
Thank you.
So, first condition, all restrictions and conditions from other boards and commissions required pursuant to other permits commenced and ongoing related to the site and the project shall be complied with. That's a standard condition. Attorney Charbel did not have any comments on that. Just keep going unless somebody stops me.
Yep.
Okay. Number 2, the project shall be constructed in conformance with the approved plans and submittals. That's just reinforcement. No comment from Attorney Charbel on that. Number 3, except for waivers granted, the applicant shall comply with all provisions of the general bylaws, zoning bylaws, and all the rules and regulations applicable thereto. The applicant shall pay all fees of the town of Southborough imposed generally for construction projects and for the purposes of monitoring compliance of the construction and occupancy of the project in accordance with the site plan approval as applicable, unless expressly waived in this decision. So that condition has a couple of reasons. Often during site plan, the planning board will ask Fuss and O'Neill to do interim inspections during construction. In certain projects, it's not required, and as-built will be required at the end, which you'll have to pay the consultant fee to review that as-built. I want to draw your attention now to section 174-10J of site plan approval, which says compliance, and it indicates that a certificate of occupancy will not be issued unless the conditions and elements, all the elements and conditions of the approval are met. And a temporary certificate of occupancy would only be, I would be allowed to sign off at the planning board if there is no public health element or safety element that, and then any remaining work would be bonded if it's just minor work. Okay, so I just want to point that out because time and time again, we're running into this where people don't realize that's part of that. And that's why that clause is in there. Okay, and you don't have a comment on that. Number 4 was the town's engineering consultant should provide construction phase services during construction to ensure compliance and approved plans and for the review of as-built plans for acceptance by the planning board. So I only struck that because the planning board has to decide if you want inspections during construction or if we just go to the as-built requirements. And there's a condition at the end that say that as-built are required and it'll be reviewed by town's consultant. So I struck that because if you don't want interim inspection, because most of the work is interior to the building. Any concerns with that? Number 5, the existing drainage and stormwater management system shall be cleaned and maintained, including but not limited to cleaning the inlets, outlets, and maintenance of the existing basins to ensure capacity and function, and that aligns itself with conservation's requirements. I had no comment on that because you struck the. Okay. Yes, you can see it. Number 6, allowed lighting for the project will be as shown on the approved plans, lighting specification for the metric plan and in accordance with the zoning code 174-12-1, outdoor illumination. The planning board shall be notified upon completion of the site lighting installation. After said notification, the planning board shall have 1 year to review the illumination During this review period, the planning board reserves the right to require adjustment of the number and or adjacent property is excessive. No, and or intensity of exterior fixtures, if it determines illumination is insufficient or spillover onto adjacent property is excessive. This is subject to the understanding that lighting levels will not go below standard safety requirement, standard condition. Number 7, exterior building mounted light fixtures installed as part of this project will be controlled by an internal time clock, which can be programmed by the owner. Light sensors shall be provided for the lighting proposed in the outdoor parking storage area. That's what. We're now next to them. Because he skipped one. So go to the next one.
We know the time that that's gonna be, like, put on for sensors, like, is it like after 8 o'clock, after 6 o'clock? I mean, I'm not trying to,
No,
I mean, I think, and I say this because there's some buildings already on Route 9 that.
stay on all
parking
night.
lots.
My neighbor,
Yes.
I know all about them. I know that it's gotta be separate and later because Billy would never pay for that, but
So anyway, so I'm just sensitive to that.
yeah, I get it.
And at the same time, sensitive to your security too.
Yeah,
I
no, for
think the
sure.
fence is gonna be, but if you have motion detectors and everything.
That's what we're thinking.
So.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at 352, like we're shutting lights off on weekends almost all the time. But this site would have minimal lights on all night. We'd have it on sensors as we discussed the meeting that I was here at.
So like a motion sensor.
Yeah, motion sensors, yeah.
So that's needed.
So the motion sensor kick on as soon as it gets dark, or would the light stay on to?
No, the lights wouldn't stay on all night. We'd have probably a very minimal amount of lighting on, like near the entrance, for example, towards the Route 9 side, but towards the back side, we'd probably have infrared cameras that could pick up night, recording. And then if somebody stepped into a zone, it would turn on.
So, and again, this is just for.
Yeah.
a simple thing.
Yep.
So
It's not like it's gonna get dark at 4:30 and then you're gonna have a bunch of parking lights on till, 6 a.m. in the morning. The answer is no.
okay, so you're gonna have them on the sensors all the time. except for
Correct.
the ones at the entrance.
Yeah.
Put that in there,
Tell me one more time.
so that well, I don't want to put words in your mouth.
No, but I think that's a fair restatement of it.
The parking for the outdoor storage facility will be put by motion sensors, except for the.
And maybe what you want to say is after business hours. I mean,
Yeah.
that's,
Well, yeah,
consistent with-
So your business hours are, you said, we were saying till 10,
right,
so that's where I'm trying to.
thread a needle of like what time at night.
Right.
Yeah,
Was it after 6 o'clock?
I would say, let's just split the difference and say 8 o'clock. That's reasonable.
So they'll be on till 8 and then.
Not,
motion
we wouldn't
sensors
necessarily
after.
say we're gonna leave them on. They might go off earlier, but let's leave it at 8 so we have some gray area. Yeah. Believe it or not, I'm very frugal with like electricity bills. You're talking to a guy who hedged all of this electricity for 5 years, 2 years ago. It's the second biggest operating cost in a building behind taxes.
Okay. On to number 8. Landscaping shall be in conformance with landscaping plans as submitted by the applicant, approved by the planning board, except as otherwise provided in these conditions. Such landscaping shall be maintained, repaired, or replaced by the owner as needed to maintain compliance with such plans. That's standard. Any comments on that? Number 9, wherever new plantings are planned on the site, native plants shall be required. Planting materials will be 100% straight species native to New England. Cultivars will not be used. Planting materials and substitutions, including substitutions for plants that die, shall be approved by the town planner, conservation agent, and with consultation with Open Space Preservation Commission prior to installation. So I highly recommend that after approval, when you do make changes, if you are substituting, you need to go through us to make sure you're selecting the right plants. It's a helpful tool for you. Go through us. Number 10 is hours of operation for the building and the lot. So Attorney Charbel provided a comment to this. Hours of operation for the building and exterior lot will be for the building 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, subject to card access only by current customers of the self-storage use and continuous video monitoring by the property owner or its present or its agent/property manager. And then part B was for the exterior lot, 6 a.m. Eastern time to 10 p.m. Eastern time, only via card access at the gate to the lot.
So I'd like to comment, that's one that I'd like to consider and have further discussion on. I don't think that's consistent with the other, Eagle Leasing right next door. My concern is, what if a pod is coming down the road or something and it's, just 10 o'clock at night? I don't think that really is, complies with even our noise bylaw. So I'd like to kind of have the board take a look at it and see what might be reasonable. And I'm happy to hear your thoughts also.
So on the building, the
Oh,
exterior.
I'm okay with
or
the,
both?
no, I mean, the interior is completely fine. It's the exterior lot that I'm concerned about. If nobody's there, somebody's making noise in the delivery, a truck is running or something like that, or it takes a half hour. I think 10 o'clock at night is too late and it's outside of our noise bylaw. There's set hours in the noise bylaw, so I think that we can look at the other businesses in town. If you want to look at Eagle Leasing, Eagle, according to the website, Eagle goes to 5 or something like that, 6. So I'd like it to be more consistent with the other businesses in town for that kind of operation.
So what hours are you proposing?
Well, yeah, before we get to that, can I just, so if it's a pod, right? Help me understand the pod. Is that gonna be, like, you guys lease out the pod space and it's gonna be your truck coming back with the pod, or is it gonna be another business, like, oh, I'm gonna store this pod here for
Right.
a period of time, I've got a ticket and I could, a card, I can come in whenever I want?
Yeah.
Because I think, this might help answer Mr. Mayor's question.
If it's pods, our intent would be that they're there and remain there and they're not coming and going. We don't intend for this to be a station for pods to come and go or a storage lot for pods. It'd be that we place the pods and that they remain there and they're just simply rented out. They're not coming and going. Like,
Oh, wow.
yeah,
Yeah.
That's a lot different than I.
No, yeah, they would sit there.
the pods would just stay there.
Yeah, this
Okay.
isn't like we would even remotely have a truck that's like mobily picking and dropping them up, dropping them off.
Okay.
I mean, that's David's model, like, we actually lease from him for that purpose, but for like construction trailers and things like that. That's not what this is.
So then, I think trying to go, Mr. Mayor, with your logic, or where you're going with this too. So then who would have a card that could come in late at night? Is it someone who has a boat or?
Yeah, or
someone
has
who-
something inside there that they need for whatever reason.
Or they've parked an RV and they're picking up to take it out for the weekend to camp.
They get out of work at 6 and they want to go up north and it's sitting there and they pick it up at 7:30 and head up north or whatever.
So, and again, my mindset, I'm thinking that you're gonna have a set spot anyhow where you're gonna be able to park.
Right.
So it's not people who packed up their house because they're moving or anything, dropping it off. Because the pods are already gonna be there. If it's a boat, you're pulling it out probably once a year.
Yeah, but like
You know
you
where-
might be a fisherman and like heading up north for the weekend.
Yeah, no,
Want
no.
to get up, yeah, early,
Yeah.
grab it, go.
So I'm just trying to think from a noise standpoint, it's not a.
Yeah, I don't know the right answer, to be honest.
But I think, like, I don't want to
It
speak for
doesn't sound
David.
like industrial.
Yeah, because I've known him, he's a personal friend, but I haven't been really over his business that in detail, but you know, I think what he does is takes, for lack of a better term, raw trailers and cuts doors into them and welds in, special like windows and all that kind of stuff. He does that out of like his 5 bays. That's like much more use in terms of noise and machinery and work stuff. And it hasn't been a problem. Like whenever I've been over there, I haven't heard it, but he's got very, very large, commercial doors that would, fit a giant box truck going in, but I presume he's like customizing all that stuff in there to send it out on job sites. So I didn't mean to misrepresent our use versus theirs, other than they're just 2 different storage model businesses in the same area.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to come up with something reasonable. And it's for that off case that annoys the neighbors. And I think that's not exactly the way we should look at it, but I want to make sure that there's some sort of, I'm finding out that there's a policy now in town for neighbors to call Board of Health for these long-standing noises. I don't think this is going to, this fits your model. So I think actually that it would fall under our noise bylaw. I think that we would reference, I think it's 7 to 7 is the noise bylaw. That so you can't have someone coming in and making a lot of noise. Let's say they're doing something that creates a lot of noise as they're bringing in their item, their equipment or something. So this doesn't, to me, it does not sound like industrial noise, which is sort of standing noise. But we do now have a noise bylaw. So I think I'd like to consult the noise bylaw and see if it fits. And maybe that's the answer, is just to say that it needs to follow our noise bylaw, which I believe is, wasn't intended for this case, to be honest, but I think it's 7 to 7 or something like that.
And I would say, I hope town council would agree that a restriction like that is covered by condition 3. The applicant shall comply with all provisions of the general bylaws, of which the noise bylaw would be one.
I do agree, but I have to say I would like to call it out.
Sure.
specifically.
We'd be open to that. All provisions of the general bylaws in parens, including the noise bylaw.
Yeah, and
The one specifically, you're saying, I think, because it's contracted work, and this I don't think would fall into contracted work or homeowner work. It says noise that is audible beyond the property line while loading or unloading trucks between the hours of 9 p.m. and 7 a.m. unless otherwise permitted. So that's really just an audible noise that is audible beyond the property line. That's the restriction. Between 9 p.m. and 7 a.m.
9
It's
and
within
7.
the containment of the bylaw.
Yeah, and there's one, I'll just be really honest, that there's one that I had been speaking to the Board of Health about, which is more not only noise, but also vibration, odor, flashing lights and stuff like that. So it's environmental controls. And so if we were going to put something in, I would think that maybe we broaden it or something to do that. So I'm not sure. Is this something that we don't have to decide tonight, or do we need to decide that tonight? I would want to see, are we following the noise bylaw that was passed at town meeting? Or are we following the noise policy that the Board of Health passed in September? I'm unclear on that. It's easier to just point to a document, but I'm not sure that either of those cover the situation.
And I'm not sure, not to interject, but, we like to think we've been in town for quite a while in different contexts with different tenants, everybody from like drug rehab tenants, that are expanding in the community down a mile down the road. And, that's in Billy's office park that I'm a new member of, with a couple buildings next to him. And, we listen to the needs and concerns of our neighbors, whether they're a commercial building owner or residential owner. So to the extent the board is willing to maybe be more flexible on that at the beginning, with the understanding that there'll be code enforcement, there'll be neighbors that can reach out to us and communicate there's an issue, then, I'm not sure if you could go back and retroactively change them, but I don't think it's going to be a problem, is my point. And if it is a problem, then, you can call me to come sit before you and explain it and why we shouldn't get those hours going forward. So I just hate to be like really restrictive at the beginning of a new initiative with this thing. And this is the first community we're putting this in, and we're going to grow it. And So I want it to be successful, but I don't want it to be tied up with a ton of extra rules that, basically are follow the basics, like treat your neighbor as you'd like to be treated and don't wake them up too early in the morning and don't make a lot of noise on weekends at night, and if we have those hours, maybe what we should do is try setting them lower at the beginning and see if it's a problem with the tenancy, but the key is getting at least up at the beginning, so it's generating the income. I think the big thing I would say with the community is, every building we bought in this community, like, if we're given a little flexibility and trust by the boards that we work with, whether it's 352 that we bought, 10, 12 years ago at super depressed values, 75% empty, valuation on the tax rolls of sub $3 million, and, we double it very quickly, and everybody in the town gets the benefit of that extra tax revenue. The same thing's true with, the asset at 120 we just did in the pandemic. Paul would tell you, Spelly, that, that building sat empty on your tax rolls for, 8 to 10 years, 18 months later, we had it 85% leased. We put CapEx, we work responsibly in the community. And so there's got to be a little bit of give and take in terms of trust that we're going to do the right thing with the site. And I feel like hours of operation are one of these things that we can overmanage it at the front end, and it might impede our ability to execute and get it leased up, just because someone might decide to go to another competing facility that maybe has more flexibility. I don't know that yet. I don't want to misrepresent anything, but I just think that, if neighbors are calling and it's a noise issue, we're going to hear about it, and we would adjust anyway without this board's, direction.
So I have to tell you, I feel a little bit differently, and it's
That's
not
fair.
that you won't be a good neighbor, but we have good neighbors, and once, once we're in that position, it's out of our hands, and according to the new policy, it goes to the Board of Health. And it's a huge, long, expensive process and aggravating on all sides. So, I think that we do need to put in, reasonable hours of operations for sure. And I'd like to try to align it to something, but I also think that we need to put in, a statement about, no noise at the perimeter, odor, flashing lights, something like that. Like, that comes from Westborough's bylaw. And that was one that I've been looking at for the town to propose to this board. We haven't gotten there, but I'd be interested to see if the board would be interested to put something like that in there. And in terms of hours, I'm happy to use the hours that the mayor's bylaw group have come up with, if it's 7 to 9 p.m. I frankly didn't support that as a voter. I thought it should be more like 8 p.m., but that was based on a lot of time and effort trying to accommodate, neighbors that feel like they have, they work, and just like you said, it's people coming into your facility to get their boat and go away on a nice long weekend. It's understandable they're not going to get there at 5 p.m. So I'm just trying to be reasonable. So I like that 7 to 9 p.m. If that sounds reasonable. I don't love it, but that's what it's what our bylaw says. So I'd like to kind of align with something.
So I guess my challenge is it's noise that is audible beyond the property line. And I think that I'm not adverse to the proposed hours that the proponent has put on there. I think that if it is a noise that is audible beyond the property line, I would agree that neighbors will complain. I think that one thing that we could add to number 3 is policies, because the Board of Health is a policy. We don't actually stipulate that. We stipulate the bylaws and zoning and rules and regulations. And if we added the word policies, it would kind of be inclusive of the Board of Health's policy around DEP and supporting that. But then it's contained with, again, like they're obligated to follow our general bylaws. So
I don't
I
think we
guess
can,
I'm not in favor.
I don't think we can add just policies because there's so many policies. Like we have policies and other boards have policies. So
Well, subject to site plan. I think those types of policies that are, we have rules and regulations.
So-
maybe subject to site. plan.
If I could just read, I modified, Westboro has a very simple bylaw that on noise that I brought once a while ago to this planning board, just to ponder for the future. And I shortened it because it has a bunch of stuff in the middle, but it would read something like this: no use shall be allowed if it will cause sound, noise, vibration, odor, flashing perceptible without instruments at the boundary of the premises. In fact, Westboro says at 200 feet from the premises or 400 feet from the premises. That is a bylaw that they put in place for like some of their fulfillment centers. So without getting off on that, I think you're right. I feel the same about noise spilling over into residential. And I'd be happy with some statement that says that, noise, or odor or flashing lights do not spill over into residential. There's this other, considerations. And then we set some sort of, if you prefer that time frame, that's okay with me.
Let me ask, I know with lighting, we have a stipulation, you can check back in a year, to make sure. I wonder if we could, because I'm fine with those hours, but we've never had an outdoor storage. So I wonder if we could check back in the year.
I mean,
We don't have
whether or not, technically, I know there's outdoor storage. in there. It's happening. Yeah, I know there is. And then that's a residential area.
What are their hours of operation? Or what, which one are you thinking about? It's not an authorized use.
You could argue that probably David Eagle's doing outdoor storage with all those trailers and everything too.
That's what I'm saying. His hours of operation are like 7 to 5 or something, according to his website.
Right, but I think it's the same thing with the car dealership right next to the spot. I mean, I know those cars, they come in at all hours of night, get dropped off. And they're not even talking about doing it. So, and I get if there's industrial noise, I think we need to be able to parse it off. Because if someone's just backing up a boat, and if they have a regular truck that actually does beep, I think someone should be able to park it right up to the fence, and someone shouldn't be able to come running over like, oh, I heard it on in the residential area because you parked it right next to the fence,
Yeah.
or, so. Karina, is there something we can say, like, depending on how many complaints we have in a year, we can reassess it or something like that?
Yeah. Well, and the other thing too, just to be totally candid with the board, is if you go stand at where they skate all day, just go stand there and hear how loud that traffic is
Oh,
coming
yeah.
down that hill. It's like those trucks are using those air brakes. Like whatever some little homeowner's gonna do, like opening up this little unit and pulling out his old boxes of pictures for like a high school reunion, like, it's not gonna compare to those 18-wheelers coming over that hill and jacking off the brakes. It's good. Like there's a lot, like I hear it, and I'm way like away from it, motorcycles, all that stuff. So it's sort of like you're on a road that's got 60,000 cars a day going by there,
For me personally, hearing that they're not going to be dropping off, those pods are going to be fixed in the parking lot is huge, because I thought they were going to be coming in and out and drop boxes or whatever. That's not the case. That's a lot better. Now I'm just worried is make sure that it's not bright and, they blend in with the environment.
Yeah, no, I mean, to be candid with you, we're trying to get it right in this first build. And we got to make people feel like their stuff is secure. We put a whole team together just to figure out the best infrared cameras that can record at night and how to make that very known to somebody who's keeping their possessions there so they know it's safe without a bunch of lights running all night. From just a business perspective, we'd rather not run the lights all night. We do that already at our buildings. If you go by and see, we have a fountain. 2 fountains behind 120 and 118. We have them on timers, not because, it's We don't, it's just, there's nobody at the office buildings on the weekend, so it's sort of silly to run fountains in the back of parking lots all weekend, and we shut them off at like 6 o'clock, because most people have left the office by then. You know,
So Karina, is there something we could say will be assessed within a year, depending on complaints, noise complaints, or something like
It's
that?
similar to the lighting.
Okay.
Where it says that,
Good with that?
the planning board shall be notified upon complete. After said note, the planning board shall have 1 year to review illumination, so it will be 1 year to review.
Hours of operation, pending noise complaints or something like that, or?
Question, so the exterior lot is available via the card access 6 AM to 10 PM. If you show up with your card at 11,
they won't be able to get in.
so,
It's locked, yeah.
so the card access system that the first responders and property owner, and property manager, that was a different one that they can always.
Yeah, those cards will have 24/7 access.
Same system, just different program cards.
Because it says the card access system usable only by first responders, the property owner, the property manager, and customers storing items at the local.
And now you could add there, subject to the customer time limits stated in subsection 10.
So I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the same thing we do in buildings, like certain days or times, certain staff can't get in the buildings.
So can I just say, under number 3 was policies?
No, we're
Included, that was
scratching
scratched. And the board would like me to add a condition regarding hours of operation and noise concerns, similar to the lighting condition. That we have 1 year to review.
Yep.
When we're done.
Can we also reference either the noise bylaw or the Board of Health noise policy, whichever one applies?
So we reference all general bylaws, which would cover.
So maybe the board, I'm not sure the Board of Health noise policy applies.
Is it referenced in the bylaw?
No, so it was a piece that was pulled out of the bylaw. They didn't want to entertain anything in the industrial area. So it is specific to the industrial area, but I don't know whether the Board of Health was thinking that when they created their policy. But it is noise coming from an industrial area. So I do think the Board of Health noise policy, which I only just got today and I sent it to you, Karina, but yeah, everything else is coming in at 4 o'clock too.
Yeah.
So I'd be interested to reference specifically that policy. Yes, I don't think it can be decided tonight, but yeah, I had just sent it, so we'll have it. Can we maybe create a placeholder for it to look at?
Well,
And
so
look at it, who doesn't.
Later, next meeting.
Tonight or not tonight?
We haven't looked at.
So Debbie could provide a condition? Or you want me to come up with a condition? I don't know, I have to. I'm leery because we don't know the specifics of the noise bylaw and the policy. And even though it may be up and coming, like the specific intent for this location in this zone, you said it's not part of that yet.
It's intended for industrial or standing noise, which is noise coming from an industrial area.
The upcoming policy? Or
No, the
what's
current
written
Board of
now?
Health policy. So I sent it at about 4 o'clock today.
Yeah.
It's signed like September 19th or something by the Board of Health.
And it
So-
specifically says for that zone, or for that.
For
use?
industrial commercial zone. Yeah, I'd have to go back and take a look at it too. It's only like a page if we want to look at it very
Yeah,
quickly.
increases broadband sound level by more than 10 decibels of ambient. Or produces a pure tone condition when any octave band center frequency sound pressure level exceeds the two adjacent center frequency sound pressure levels by 3 decibels. It sounds very.
So what I think the problem would be is enforcement. So just from past experience, and just a little input here, that if there was a future complaint, then the policy would kick in by the Board of Health being notified that there's a noise complaint. So if you put it in as a condition, then it becomes a building commissioner, code enforcement officer's jurisdiction to enforce. And I'm not sure how that works.
Oh, I think it's the Board of Health feels it's their purview. I think that's why they put this one. I see your point.
So
So
it
if
probably
there is a
doesn't belong
complaint.
as a condition under the planning board.
Okay.
Whereas if someone complains, then it would trigger that response.
And it's Massachusetts regulation.
Yeah, I was told that town council didn't want to go outside of the Mass DEP air quality standards. And so it just follows it.
So I think that it's,
Okay, so we think that it does not need to be there because
No.
it's enforced anyway.
yes.
Okay, I'm good with that. Thanks for helping me understand that.
It's a tricky one.
Yeah.
Okay, we were on, number 10 was the hours of operations. So at this point, we'll include the comments from Attorney Charbel regarding the building and exterior lot that I read previously. And previously, Andrew, you had mentioned a condition about no stacking of pods. And no stacking of pod type storage units. So we're gonna throw that in there.
Seems great.
And-
Again, that was before under the assumption you're gonna
Be moving
all over
around,
the
yeah,
place,
yeah.
but, again, my logic on that was not to have.
We're not planning on
Looking
that.
like it's
Yeah,
a-
that's easy to, yeah,
Yeah,
like
so
a shipping.
container parking lot, yeah, yeah.
so we'll include that. And then also no electricity to be provided for exterior use in that lower lot.
Can I add water, gas, and sanitary to that too? Electricity? And I think the reason, so I sent along only today, some language that I found on that, and I think it just prevents anybody from like living in there or, not to say, I know you're gonna monitor it, I know that's not gonna happen. But I found some standard language. I haven't given it to you yet, kind of sent some notes. But it sounds like it's on the same lines that there would be no electricity or gas or
So
water.
there is no
or sanitary.
water line running in the parking lot, in the lower parking lot. So there's no water
no
line
water.
anyway,
Okay.
right? So that might help. And then there's no gas line in the existing or proposed in that lower lot.
Correct.
The
Is there
only reason
electricity?
Electricity came because the light poles, and you can add an outlet on the
Okay.
light poles.
Okay,
So that's why that was honed in on. But
I'm
if-
laughing because I'm thinking like my wife ever like vanishes
Yeah.
me from the house.
Because
I'm
you're
gonna be
there.
living in one of these places. So,
I also want
don't
to
give
mention,
anybody any ideas.
we talked a couple instances of this hearing ago about the idea that we may come back with a site plan modification to show a new building in the lot. So the storage would be in a building rather than in pods, for example. And so I just want to make sure we're all on the same page, that if there be a restriction about no utilities in the lower lot, that wouldn't be a perpetual restriction, because again, we may propose to put a building there that would be served by gas at that time.
And I don't think the idea is to make a condition to not allow utilities there. I'm just saying those utilities are not there in this proposal, so no one has anything to tap into. The electricity is there.
So, But it say if someone put a trickle charger on their car, they're storing a car there, and they plugged into like a lamppost and then a trickle charger with battery.
So there's, I mentioned previously that some towns have others about like no repair or
Well, yeah,
anything like that. Like, why would you do that?
if you're storing like long-term a car, like for 6 months, you put a trickle charger with a
Oh.
battery so it doesn't die.
Oh.
You need to plug it in. Like, I would view that as something that would be okay. That's me, because I've done it.
Otherwise you have a dead battery. right?
Yeah.
Well, I think the
Now,
electricity.
I don't know if they want to do that or not, but like, that I see is something like,
It starts out that way, maybe though, and then it creeps.
It goes to me living there
Yes,
again,
in the man.
with an
car.
electric heater.
Well, I think we discussed no electricity in the lower lot, like, so people aren't like walking there.
Like a
Right.
SR or something.
Rosedale.
Right.
Okay. And then we had a placeholder under number 11, the lower parking area entrance gate shall operate with, and Attorney Charbel had appended that with a card access system usable only by first responders, the property owner, its property manager, and customers storing items at the lower parking area. So the lower parking area entrance gate shall operate with a card access system usable only by first responders, property owner, its property manager, and customers storing items at the lower parking area. Which makes sense.
And then we were gonna add that line around, the customers are subject to the hours that is specified.
Yeah.
Above
Mhm.
in an exterior lot fee. But everyone else was 24.
Customers are,
The customer storing items are subject to 10B times 6 to 10 PM.
exterior lot. Okay. Yeah, we'll add that to that.
is that same card that gets in the parking lot or the exterior lot, get access to the building if they.
Yeah, it'll be one card, but it'll have restrictions.
If they want to use that one bathroom.
Yeah.
They can get it.
They could
No,
get-
I mean, seriously, so they can,
Yeah, use the facilities.
I don't want someone to like walk to the back and all of a sudden they're exposing themselves to the neighbors.
Right, yeah, for sure.
So the remaining conditions, so we're good with that?
So I have a couple of,
I have one more. too.
Okay. To add?
Yeah.
At the end? Or do you want me to just read the standard ones and then we can add some more? So the last few, number 12, the pre-construction meeting, construction schedule, 14 days prior to construction, you need to provide written notice, that's standard. Number 13, upon site plan approval prior to the lapse of the permit appeal period, 2 sets of final approved plans should be submitted for endorsement by the planning board. AutoCAD files, plan sheets followed by electronic file of the scanned version of the endorsement, administrative. Number 14, major site plan decision, approval decision shall be reported at the registry of deeds. The planning board endorsed plans can be added as an exhibit in letter size sheets, so you don't have to record the full size plan. As long as there's an exhibit of it at the end of the decision. And you need to provide written proof that it's reported to the planning board 10 days after the approval. And then after construction is completed, 2 copies and PDF has a complete as-built plans, that's the complete site, reflecting all the project site plan features, including lighting, landscaping, all structural stormwater controls and treatment BMPs required, as well as any deviations from the approved plans, if any, and shall be accompanied by a letter from a professional engineer certifying that construction was completed substantially in accordance with approved plans. That's very important, that that language is exact, like that when the certifying engineer submits that. As the plans are going to be reviewed by the town's consultant and acceptance by the planning board prior to planning board sign off on certificate of occupancy. That's in the code. And once as-built are accepted by the planning board, it shall be provided to the planning board, public works, building department, and board of health. Okay. And Attorney Shannon didn't have any comments on those.
That's right. Thank you.
I have existing trees on the western portion, yes, and along Route 9 shall remain. And,
Is Western the section between Eagle and I?
yeah.
Yeah,
And no access to Parkerville Road. No, there's a fence there, but just.
No access. Access, no vehicular access, no,
Michelle.
because access is also walking to the sidewalk. I just want to know if you want to be more specific. Egress.
I think it's. I had the same one. That was my condition.
You know what I'm saying? Because access can be pedestrian access, it could be bicycle access, it could be car.
no, it's gonna be fenced anyway, so.
So no access to Parkerville Road.
From to or from lot A, which is the site plan.
From site.
The whole, I want to call it Waller Gate, so I'm sorry, the fence. Does that have to be a condition, or we just know that it's coming in the new
It's on the
plans?
plan.
Okay.
Oh, and that, so there will, at this meeting, the fence will be moved, so it's on along the zone line.
It'll be moved from here to here, just inside of the zone line and property line will coincide.
You might want to check with the building department on setback. From the property line, based on the height. Just check the definition in the code. I just don't know it off the top of my head. There may be a slight, yeah, if it's a certain height, there's a setback requirement. Or something. Yes, but we'll pick that up later. If it's in the wrong place, then.
Anything else from the board?
So I will, just before we go to the public, I will revise the conditions and draft decision to reflect these. Oh, does Jesse have any?
Anything? to add?
I have nothing to add to that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. What about you?
I know, that's why I said that, Jesse.
Anyone in the public? Yes, sir.
John Palmer, 131 Parkerville. So appreciate all the due diligence on those conditions. That's great. What about any conditions relative to what would be stored in the outside self-storage or the inside self-storage for that matter? So explosives or toxic materials or anything like that that we should be considering? Through all that.
You just have to speak up. So that we can-
When we went through that with,
Center.
no, 154, 156, Southborough Road, right? Those storage units, contractor base and everything. There was a whole
Of what could be stored outside and inside.
clause inside.
Right, so the
Flammable
buildings,
materials.
right, there was a protocol for tenants that outlined what they would be allowed to store. Not very specifically, but based on the use. Like if you had, and each unit could be very different. So you had to kind of keep it open there.
We could just say restricting dynamite. I think we're comfortable.
Well, your rental agreements, right, that they sign have to include things like that.
Right, for sure.
There's no people that can sleep there.
Right.
There's no animals that can be kept there. And I think those types of agreements, you're probably state laws. You know, what you can occupy a building was complaints of storage facility under building code and under probably
Right.
public health.
Right, that's why I was trying to go through that. I know that we have to go through that.
Yes, with
Facility.
54, 156 term. Quick peek.
Chapter 105A of the Mass State Law that defines restrictions in state-run facilities of storage units.
There are state laws that restrict that.
Chapter 105A, self-service storage facilities.
I mean, I'm just going off of a simple Google search, explosives and self-storage, and there's countless, stories of explosives being found in self-storage, by the DEA and everyone else. So it's something that I would think that we'd want to address as a town to make sure that we're not seeing that in these self-storage facilities.
Well, those things aren't legal to store, I would imagine, based on state fire code permits you need for that. So if someone's doing something illegally, that has to be enforced by law enforcement.
Yeah, I don't-
Let me go
I think
back
it's
to
a
the-
state.
Usually sell.
I understand what you're saying.
And I'm just asking a question. I don't know. This is just, a concern that I would have being a close about it.
So an example was a protocol for new tenants on a prior project. It was a protocol for new tenants entering to lease a unit in the facility. It would be acceptable as a condition of the grant of the request. For light manufacturing, private garage, auto storage does not require special permit. Rental space for this use would also be subject to protocol. Said, gave the definition of the uses, and then it said that prior to that the building inspector and first responder require information regarding the use and occupancy of units on the premises. But
Yeah, that's
those were
different.
for humans, like
Right.
those were contractor based where people would rent the space to either, do carpentry work or painting or clay forming or welding. If it was built out for that, for building code. That was more for human occupancy as opposed to stuff.
Like Marty found, chapter 105A covers self-storage units that you guys are going to have to comply with anyway.
I'm sure there's a lot of people not to fire code restrictions, everything.
We did have to talk about it. So that. Bridget tells me.
Oh, I was gonna say that I think the state fire code, exactly what you said, there are provisions that prevent that. So I think everything that we do is within the compliance of state laws. and
Yeah, you have to follow the laws. Yes.
Anybody else?
Okay, so I'll draft these decisions further, take these further to what the discussion was tonight and provide a new draft and send it to the applicant team and we can post it in the packet too. If anyone wants me to, so that the public can see. We always have them at the office too, if you wish to see them anyway.
Just on expectations, one more question is, I know they're updating the plans, but Attorney Chevelle had a good question around the bus O'Neill comments. Right, we're in Thanksgiving holiday. It's going to be a little bit delayed, so we're giving them leniency to get back the comments from Fuss and O'Neill before they update the plans with the gate. The fence.
The fence. No, we did ask Fuss and O'Neill to provide a final letter, so, I'm out the rest of this week, but on Monday when I return, I'll follow up with, and maybe, Colleen can during the week, I'll follow up with Fuss and O'Neill and see the status of that, let them know. I don't anticipate a lot other than those comments, those changes appear to be acceptable. Final. I did speak to her on the phone, I believe that took Fuss and O'Neill.
I think there are 3 changes that need to be made. One is move the fence, which James can do in a minute. The landscape architect will give the botanical name for Northern Bayberry, which I think he can do in 1 minute. And so the only limiting factor will be locating the trees to then submit an updated plan. If we're gonna have the surveyor complete that. So we gotta push it to the surveyor, I think. So aside from that, I think we should be able to get something back during the course of next week, resubmit, which would be well over 7 calendar days in advance of the hearing.
Were you talking specifically if we know, like you should probably reach out to Fuss and O'Neill right away and say, hey, FYI, they're moving the fence. Any other concerns before you write back, so you can get that to the proponent ASAP if they think that there's going to be anything else. No one wants you to be surprised. I'm with you.
All right, so there's no guarantee because they might have sent me a letter already or the process of sending it, but I'll follow up with them right away and say, oh, just add this too.
Yes.
I'll let them know this. Okay.
See you on the 12th. Thank you.
Thanks for your time tonight. Appreciate it. Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving.
Well, I make a motion, we extend the public hearing for 250 Turnpike Road, change of use storage facility, major site plan approval and to November 12th, 2022 at 7:05 PM.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, Latrell, yes.
Mills, yes.
Stein, yes.
Houlihan, yes.
Mary, yes.
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you, you too. No, Kevin's always complaining about that. That wasn't 2 minutes.
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving.
Did anyone use that?
This cracks me up.
I do. I'm sorry.
It's a proclamation.
Yeah.
Oh, 200 turn.
She's delicate. You know.
Yeah, I know.
Brain business.
So the next item on the agenda is a public hearing, 200 Turnpike Road. Mr. Mills.
Oh, so you already talked about it?
We didn't
Well,
talk.
Okay.
You can
so-
do the extension. and
So
then-
they're not here tonight and they requested an extension.
They requested an extension and also we're awaiting Fuss and O'Neill comments on submission number 2, which they said would come after tonight's meeting, prior to the next meeting.
Make a motion to accept or extend the public hearing for the applicant's request for 200 Turnpike Road, major site plan approval, special permit, low impact development. Requested by the applicant to extend it to December, to extend it January 13th, 2023.
Oh, second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, Latrell, yes.
Mills, yes.
Stein, yes.
Houlihan, yes.
Mary, yes.
Very good.
Now you have to continue, motion to continue.
Motion to continue the public hearing for 200 Turnpike Road, snow removal landscaping contractor facility, major site plan approval, and 200 Turnpike Road, snow removal landscaping contractor special permit to December 12th, 2022 at 7:10 p.m.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, Latrell, yes.
Mills, yes.
Stein, yes.
Houlihan, yes.
Mary, yes.
Excellent.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is a discussion item, 96 Mount Vickery Road, Ruby Estates, definitive subdivision extension request for low impact development special permit.
Can you upgrade? So if you recall, 96 Mount Vickery subdivision Ruby Estates, did a few years ago. Not too long ago, Michael Bartolini requested an extension to the covenant for the subdivision to June 11th, 2025. Supply chain reasons, et cetera. In April, upcoming April of 23, the bid will also expire. So in order to align the two permits, Michael Bartolini requested an extension to the special permit for impact development to the same date, so that if no action is taken on the project by June 11th, 2025, which is major site plan, the subdivision, that the permit will lapse. And there's a notice, a draft notice that was created. If you want to read the motion after you discuss it. But Mike is here. So he didn't want to explain why. Do you have the motion?
So just to be clear, yeah, so this doesn't actually expire until when?
June.
June. And Mr. Barley has been proactive and considerate enough to think, hey, I should align these two together. Is that right?
Yeah, we nudged him a little and said, don't forget, your lid is coming up.
No, well, I say that because it's nice that he's coming
It's
this,
not the day after.
or the day before, or anything
before,
like that,
right.
so I appreciate that thoughtfulness, and I remember the supply chain conversation too, so thank you for coming proactively.
Good evening, Mr. Bartolini. Would you like to add anything? Or did
You're on mute.
Karina cover it?
She pretty much covered it, but thanks for having me in.
Any questions on the board? Yes.
So I have a question. So this is a special permit for the lid. So that's assuming the lid, the lower impact development, like laws don't change. So it would preserve whatever has been approved now, but what happens if a law gets changed?
The decision is already written.
Yeah, it was 2 years, year ago, or whatever. So that's puts an end to it.
Right, so I guess my concern by extending it to 2025, if something changes environmentally and that impacts a lid, would he need to come back to the board to get a lid approval? I understand he's trying to be proactive and not
Yeah.
lapse, but if we are trying to be environmentally conscious with a appropriate lower impact development
Mhm.
permit, are we going to be doing anything that's in disservice for ourselves as a town in starting this precedent for lid?
I don't think it should be a regular type of just hot lunch approval. This is a subdivision though. I believe it's 11 lots, right, Michael? It's how many lots?
This is 6.
6 lots, I'm sorry, I was thinking of, I don't know. So this is 6 lots and they have their definitive approval, subdivision approval, and the covenant, and that was extended already. The lid is tied to that approval, so because, and I'm not an attorney, but my impression would be that if they have a decision that's already approved and the planning board decides to waive it, it falls under the rules of when the decision was approved. You can't like change the rules of engagement after you've already approved something. That's why they expire at certain times, that if you don't act, then, you know, they don't want open property, property lingering out there or whatever, if it was proposed to do something on it. And they want these site plans and subdivisions built relatively, in the proper time, and hence the covenants. But I do think they're tied together, and I think that the decision is already made. And it's your decision tonight if you wish to extend it. The only thing is that one was already. But, in the future, you might opine differently because they're both now expiring at the same time. So if Michael comes back in the future, planning board could potentially have a different opinion of doing another extension. When the time comes, you have to request an extension prior to those expiring. So just be aware of that it's not a guarantee that you get another extension. That's all. Anybody else?
Jesse,
No questions.
I make a motion that we extend,
The last line. See the very last
hold on,
line?
I'm trying to
Okay.
merge all this together. That we provide the extension request for the lid special permit for 96 Mount Hickory Road, Ruby Estates subdivision to June 11th, 2025, as requested by the applicant.
Second. I have a motion, the second. Any more discussion? All in favor, Latrell, yes.
Mills, yes.
Stein, yes.
Houlihan, yes.
Demiria, yes.
So, Michael, that will be filed with the town clerk within a week or so, and then you'll need to record that. You'll have to pick up an attested copy from the town clerk and then record that notice.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Right. You're welcome.
Thank
Good
you.
Thanksgiving.
Back to you too. Next item on the agenda, 154, 156 Northborough Road, site compliance. Mr. Quinn.
Jesse, we'll get your signature on this extension for Mount Vickery as well. One of us will pop over and we can sign it. Even though we have a majority, whoever votes, we'd like to get on that.
Give it the operating till tomorrow.
Okay.
Thanks. Andrew's gonna bring it to you.
Bring us up to speed on this.
Sure. So, with us this evening is Michael Quinn. He represents property owner, Roger Kane, with Kane Built. Several years ago, the project was permitted, major site plan and low impact development. And then it was by a different owner. And then Mr. Kane purchased the property and then went into construction phase, on which construction was starting to be completed, and they're in search, they are looking for their certificate of occupancy. A couple things happened along the way. We had some issues with lighting, which was remedied. Then there's some landscaping things that you're still working on, but you've made some progress. So an as-built was submitted for the project, and it went to Fuss O'Neill for review. Because of the difference in timing of when things were going to be done, for the town consultant to review, we kind of split it into two parts. We had the civil site aspect of the as-built for review, which has been done and has been submitted, and the initial round was reviewed. And then we separated the landscaping review, so a landscape architect could go out there because it's very specific to native species that was approved as part of that permit that you bought. So the status is that as-built were submitted for the civil site aspects. They were provided to Fuss O'Neill. Fuss O'Neill provided review comments, and they had 13 or so comments on miscellaneous items related to parking, drain pipe, some materials, some guardrail and such. In addition, they also found that one of the rain gardens, which acts as a detention basin, stormwater management, was built smaller than the approved plans required. So that was picked up in review. So if you also recall, the proponent wanted to change the units to ownership, and then that was requiring a modification, and it also triggered, all these things to have to be remedied. So they decided to go back to rental approach, so they didn't have to modify the conditions related to that. So there were three things in the town code, section 174-10J, which says compliance, requires that prior to certificate of occupancy, all elements and conditions of a site plan must be completed. A temporary certificate of occupancy is allowed if accepted by the planning board, if there are no public health and safety related items. And then a bond is provided for the remaining work, be it landscaping or whatever. There's guardrail, or if there's a sign missing, whatever. So we had three outstanding issues. We needed the landscaping to be completed, which they've been working on, and they recently met with me and Amy with a list of plantings for this fall, which were acceptable. We worked it out, and it's my understanding you planted those, but there's some remaining landscaping that still has to be put in, and you're proposing to do that in 2023.
In the spring.
Yeah. So one thing they're going to presumably ask for is a bond for that landscaping and any remaining work. The other thing that was a requirement is that we needed supplemental review fee because the as-built had these 13 issues. And their engineer, Peter Bemis, provided a response to those. But those responses have to be re-reviewed by Fuss O'Neill to say, we accept that change and or recommend to the planning board to accept those answers or still require mitigation for those features. So we received a check yesterday or last week, because today's Monday. And that's been deposited, and we're going to send the revised as-built with Peter Bemis's response comments to Fuss O'Neill to re-review those components. So that's number two. It's the landscape, a bond for the remaining work, a supplemental review of the civil site. And understand that when the landscaping is completed in spring of 23, that Fuss and O'Neill still has to review an as-built of the landscape. The third thing is that the engineer certifying letter that came with the as-built indicated that the as-built stormwater calculations, that the stormwater was built to meet as-built, to meet approved conditions for the drainage. So the drainage supposedly was built and functions the way it was supposed to. And Fuss and O'Neill recommended that the planning board request as-built drainage calculations to show, to confirm that what was built does function. So that was submitted to, that was provided to us, and it was reviewed by Fuss and O'Neill, and it was found not to be acceptable. There were some deficiencies in the way the calculations were done. There were some potential cumulative discrepancies in the calculations, not just one number a little different, but across the board numbers were different, which may cumulatively affect to prove that the system works. And then,
Okay, was that missed when we did the whole, went through this all, or did someone change what actually got built compared to what we signed off?
what got built was built small.
Okay, all right. that's fair.
Right, so, and it was kind of obvious when you went to the site, because you can see the bays. You know, the bays have certain lengths, and if you look at the plan shows the bays, and the structure was supposed to be maybe 3 bays long, and it was only 1.5. I can't say, I don't want to say it's that much smaller than, I don't want to imply something that I'm not saying accurately. So we received those calculations today from Peter Bemis. I think he emailed a PDF over those sometime after 5.
Yeah. today.
Yeah, it's addressed to the Conservation Commission because that task is actually being paid for under a task order for conservation. Because we both require it, you had already supplied the review fees for that. So as of this morning, Melissa had not, conservation agent hadn't received them. I hadn't either, but this afternoon we did get them. So we need to send those to Fuss and O'Neill as well. So we have a couple things going back to Fuss and O'Neill for review. And then we have a request for a bond for the remaining work. So it's up to the planning board. We need to know what the remaining work is. And Fuss and O'Neill will likely not come out and say this landscaping is not done, because we could probably have a sense of the invoice, the plantings that you have left, you have an idea of what they would cost.
Yes.
But the other civil site features will depend on Fuss and O'Neill's final review or supplemental review to see if what Peter Bemis responded to was acceptable and the drainage counts work. Okay? Because if the drainage counts don't work, you might have to extend that basin to make it work, and that's going to be a cost. So we'll see what happens. It's still, you know, it really needs to work, because that's kind of a public safety and health issue, like a septic system. It doesn't work on you, it can cause problems, and that's on close to the road. There's been accidents there. It's partially on town property. You know, the license.
It's a major bus route to go to the high school.
It's a traffic route from high school. Yeah, so it's important. So we've come a long way, and I think Michael Quinn has made a lot of progress in the last couple of weeks of addressing the landscaping, providing the supplemental fee, getting Peter Bemis to submit updated drainage counts, but all that has to go back to Fuss and O'Neill. We need feedback on that, and then the board has to decide if they want to engage Fuss and O'Neill to, based on that information, provide a bond estimate. Because if there's more than just landscaping, the bond has to cover the rest of that work too. So that's where we're at.
Is the drainage calcs, is it only on one side of the building? Is it everywhere? Like, is it,
Does it affect the whole system?
Can I address that?
yeah,
So the drainage the rain gardens in the front of the building are only for the front, and they only capture half the roof drain, half the roof water, because the other half goes in the back, and a little bit from the road. It's not a big, it's not a big, ocean full of water. Just,
But is it all of them in front of the entire building?
yes, there's 5 rain gardens in front of the building. And there's not a lot of water that goes into those rain gardens because the building's only 40 feet wide. And we're only putting in 20 feet of that roof, which is not a lot of water. It really isn't. I've been there many times in the heaviest rains, and there hasn't been a quarter of an inch of water in the rain gardens. It's never been any water.
Sabrina, did the rain gardens, if there was a tenant in there now, is there anything that a tenant would be contributing to the rain gardens? Is it all from the roof?
No, the problem is that if the drainage doesn't function as designed, and I understand what you see there, but those
But
drainage.
don't color it any different than it is. It's
I'm
20
not-
feet of roof,
Yes,
and it's a little bit of road, and that's all the water goes in there. There's no water coming from any other area.
but in engineering design, it's based on the type of storm. So the calculations confirm whether a 25-year storm, 50-year storm, or 100-year storm, that system will function. So if it's undersized, we don't know yet until Russ and O'Neill says it works for that storm. And right now, there's a few inconsistencies in the calculations that you're ironing out with your new
I
submission.
understand. Yeah.
Right, so it may look like it's great, but we don't get a 100-year storm.
But-
That's why it's called a 100-year storm.
Well, my question specifically, those rain gardens, they're only for runoff from the roof. There's no impact from whether or not a tenant's in the building. Is that right?
That's correct.
That's correct.
I have to look at the plan again, because there's stormwater system around the back as well, right? You have catch basins.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with the rain gardens. It's completely separate.
I'm gonna take a quick look.
Regardless, where I'm trying to get my head around is, regardless of whether or not the tenant's in there or not, is like if we have a 100-year storm and the building's empty, you're still gonna have a problem.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But if
it's the
there's tenants in
safety
there-
Away from the building, that is a concern too, like Mimi mentioned, if it's a school bus route and icing occurs because the undersized. waste-
Understood, but that doesn't impact if there's a tenant in the building.
No, the tenant only impacts the septic system.
You can have a 500-year storm, and those rain gardens won't fill with water. And
But
you
what
know
Andrew's
that.
asking is it
I-
inside the
I-
building?
I have asked the engineer to calculate that out.
I'm just trying to see if the,
I appreciate
You're
it.
right, inside the building, it doesn't matter if there's 50 people, or
if
100
the
people, or
building sits
1,000,
empty
yeah, or no people, it doesn't change the drainage.
for the rain gardens. We're talking about.
Right, because the dirty water inside the building doesn't go into storm.
Okay.
That goes to septic. It would impact the septic, but it wouldn't
Okay.
impact the drainage. That's true.
So again, for my pea brain, talking about landscaping, that the growing season's over, looking at possibly giving a bond, and say, I'll do the rest of that coming up. Got the storm, rain gardens, the calculations, and what's the other thing that Fussin and Neil's gonna look at?
So there were 13 comments, and they were related to, I'll just give you a brief synopsis, number of parking spaces. The required total parking spaces on the plan is required to be 71, however, the plan shows 70. The total of parking spaces provided is 69, as shown on as-built and confirmed during inspection. So there was a discrepancy of 2 spaces. Landscape islands, the size of them. The site plan, approved site plan showed 6 landscape islands with approximately same dimensions as the parking spaces, 9.5 by 18, and landscape island detail requiring an elevation of 6 inches below the top of asphalt 3. Constructed landscape islands and those shown on the asphalt plans are smaller islands, 9 by 6.5 at about the same elevation as the asphalt surface. This was parking area at the building connector. The concrete sidewalk and asphalt section of the parking area at the building connector were built shorter to the east than shown on the plans. Concrete pad mounted transformers with bollards. Transformers not shown on the plans. One is located at the parking, the second one. Handicap signs and bollards. No constructed handicap sign and bollard details shown on the construction details. One of the signs had toppled. Sign locations do not appear to be shown as on the as-built plan, and wall installed signs are loose and not correctly affixed. Traffic signs are installed, however, locations do not appear to be shown on the as-built plan. So the as-built plan was deficient, in showing some things, plus there were some things not built exactly like that, like the approved plan. Building sign installed in front of the building appears to be located outside of the property line and within the right of way of Northborough Road, not shown on the.
What was that one?
The building sign installed in front of the building appears to be located outside of the property line and within the right of way of Northborough Road, not shown on the approved site plans provided or on the as-built plan. But they felt it could be outside of that, but it should be shown on the as-built. And then we could determine if it's on the property or not, if it was properly shown. Guardrail does not appear to be shown on the as-built plan. Does not appear to be completely installed as shown on the approved site plan. So the as-built plan didn't pick up the guardrail, and then the guardrail that was there didn't match what was approved. There were probably some shorter sections or something like that. At the entrance northwest side, a section of approximately 35 feet, and at the exit on the northeast side, a section of probably 160 feet do not appear to have been installed. Pole-mounted lights. The approved site plan provided shows a series of pole-mounted lights along the southern edge of the parking area that do not appear to have been installed. Fire hydrants. The approved site plan provided showed a fire hydrant in front of the building by the connection close to the roadway. It was not installed. As shown as the as-built and confirmed during site inspection, a fire hydrant was installed at the east side of the parking exit. The hydrant does not appear to be shown on the approved site plan. So there might have been a movement of a hydrant based on construction issues or whatever differences. And as long as the fire chief signs off on it, the hydrant goes with the fire chief.
Is there more than one fire hydrant?
No, I think it was one that wasn't in the right. Fire hydrant shown on the approved site to be installed in the parking area by the building connector was installed in a different location about 17 feet farther south from where it was originally proposed. So hopefully the fire chief signed off on those changes. Absorption area, this is the septic in the area of the parking and absorption area. Riprap covered area for the protected slope appears to have been installed in excess of what is shown on the approved site plans between parking and the septic absorption area. At the southeast corner of the leach field, a portion of the protected barrier, poly barrier is exposed. There are signs of erosion behind the silt fence to the southeast end of the site. Rain gardens, the as-built plan shows elevation contour lines at 2-foot intervals as opposed to 1-foot intervals shown on the plan. The as-built does not provide the elevation of emergency overflow spillways. In all rain gardens, the emergency overflow spillway appeared to have been constructed at a higher elevation than the edge of the basins. Standpipe and rim elevation of rain garden 1 is shown on the as-built appears to be higher than proposed rim elevation on blah, blah, blah. Standpipe rim elevation on rain garden number 2 is not shown on the as-built plan. Porous pavement subdrains. As-built plan shows 2 porous pavement subdrain outlets to the south of the property. These subdrains were not shown or mentioned on the approved site plan. So I think, so Peter Bemis supplied responses to this, like those subjects caps, so they're not dumping water. He explains the parking. He explains each one, he addresses these things. So those, the as-built he provided and the response have to go back to us and say, this is okay, this is okay. And in addition, there was a supplemental comment letter regarding the rain gardens, and it said in review of the approved site plans, as-built plans and during site observations, it appears rain garden 5 was not constructed to meet the sizes depicted on the approved site plans. Due to concerns regarding the construction depth of the basin and the constructed size of the rain garden number 5, Fuss and O'Neill is concerned that the stormwater system was not constructed to meet the intent of the approved site plan and design. To demonstrate the project has been constructed to meet approved design, please provide as-built stormwater calculations mentioned in the as-built certification letter. So they did that, and then Fuss and O'Neill reviewed and came back and said, these things are not quite right and still need to provide, address those. And basically, it's relatively short. It said, for all ponds, when you design a drainage system, you create little ponds, and they each mean a certain section of the drainage system. There appears to be a discrepancy in spillway elevation between as-built and the stormwater calcs. Although elevation changes for each rain garden are fairly minor, Plus and O'Neill feels that because all the ponds have discrepancies, it may be significant enough to affect the results. The elevation used within the calc should be revised to match the as-built plans. And then in review of the stormwater calcs of rain garden number 3, it's difficult to determine how the surface area for each contour was determined. Elevations and areas should match what the as-built plan shows. So stuff wasn't matching, and then the pond elevation was off from what was shown. The applicant has not demonstrated the as-built stormwater design meets the full intent of the approved design. The applicant should provide calcs showing the constructed size of the rain yards will not affect the provided water quality, groundwater recharge, or 72-hour drawdown. Please provide calculations showing each constructed rain guide meets the intent, groundwater 72, blah, blah, blah. So this afternoon, we received a response to that, and hopefully it addresses those concerns once we send it back to Plus and O'Neill. So I'm sorry to like
No,
clear
it's
that
all right.
all out,
No, I
but
appreciate
it kind of paints a little bit of a picture that, you know, there was a little bit of sloppiness in as-built and construction, and it just compounded things and created difficulties, which didn't have to, but we're trying to make it work now. We're trying to fix it. We know you want to get it.
Well, and there was Plus and O'Neill's first letter with the 13 comments was in March. The response was in September. So, this has been dragged out.
Yeah, it's been
And
drawn out.
then we got the additional funds to submit it to Plus and O'Neill last week.
Right, so it's helpful that we have that now, but it's just gonna take, the reviews to happen, and hopefully it addresses, that the engineer addressed the things that are required to be addressed. But once the reviews come back, then there's a better picture of what's left to be done, plus the planting. And then a bond can be established. And who does that bond? estimate? I think that's
We addressed it tonight. I know that, I can't remember. Ron, when we approved this originally, because it was a very specific cutting edge
Yeah.
planting.
Right.
So, I'd be in favor of accepting a bond to at least, get the rest of that done.
So do we have a list of what was planted and what needs to be planted and where the bond, how you arrived at the bond?
Yes.
Do we have
So
that?
we had the landscape architect make a list of all the plants that we're gonna do in the spring and price them out, and he did that, and we provided that to Karina.
I only have the history of this,
In addition to that, I also gave a quote from the landscaper to install the plants.
are you talking about this?
No,
Because that's the most recent thing I
this
received.
is what I sent about a week ago.
No, I don't have that.
I sent it to you.
I don't have it. I printed everything.
Yeah.
Look at my book. If I had it, I'd
So I
want
think
to help
I'm
you.
comfortable with the bond, but I want to know what else. And I have this figure of what the bond estimate is, but I don't know how that figure was arrived at. And I should mention that I was on site a year ago when plantings were supposed to be done and then the rest of the school. So I'd be comfortable with the bond for planting, but I want to know what it is.
Oh, I agree.
And there was other things, I don't know if there was, you require additional.
So first and foremost, the most important thing is that the drainage calculations show that the drainage works.
Mhm.
And I'm hopeful that the revised calculations will show that. It sounds like you were close, but there were some things that really had to be clarified. So, you know, you can expect a 2-week turnaround time. It's holiday season. So that's important. The things that were lingering, you know, the parking spaces, the guardrail,
The fire-
some of those, the
the
what,
fire hydrant. I
the
mean,
fire hydrants.
Like, that's a non-story, in my opinion, if the
Yeah.
fire chief doesn't sign off on it or something. that's-
Fire chief did some,
Okay.
and we didn't put it in until he did.
Oh,
Right.
You know, there was
So I
a
asked-
problem with ledge on the property, and the construction was done during COVID. So we didn't just willy-nilly move it. We got, no, I'm just telling you
Yeah.
that that's what we did. And I think Karina did know that, so.
No, I did not know until after we went out to look at the landscaping plan. And it was then that I saw, I'm looking at the detention basin, and I pointed out to Mimi and Freddie, because we were there looking at the landscaping. That had already been built, because we didn't require any inspections. Right? We were just expecting.
Right, but the fire chief signed off on that hydrant before we put it in.
Oh, yes, that's why I mentioned to Mike, if you could get the fire chief, ask him, just send a memo, or I'm. fine
That's
with
been
those
in the
five.
portal for how long, Michael?
There's a letter from the fire
I
chief.
believe
in
it. There's a letter from Lieutenant Dano.
Yeah. So maybe you can email that to me? It's hard to look through.
Yeah.
I have 50 permits a day I'm looking at, so to go through all the attachments.
So
send it to me.
on the previous, on the original response from Fuss O'Neill, almost all those things were taken care of relatively soon thereafter. The signs, handicap signs had to be put in a certain spot. Those spots, there was a window there. So they moved them over a little bit after consulting with a handicapped architect and Lori Lavoli. We all agreed to put them beside the window. And there's a bunch of other little issues. The parking lot had 71 spots, but 2 of them weren't striped. So all those things were built in accordance, but some of the little details in the end got missed. And we went back and straightened them out.
Yeah, for example, Bemis's responses to the comments I read to you before.
Excuse me?
I'm saying to the planning board that Bemis's responses to the 13 comments, if you look at those quickly, you see that they acknowledge that the site plan did approve 71 spaces and are depicted parallel, 2 parallel spaces located on the east of the same southeast dumpster pad as is affected, 6 spaces planned along the east. Work limit as a result of the approved site plan required 71 spaces, and 71 spaces are as-built. So that's easy enough to see. The approved site plan did include 6 longer islands that were to be depressed from the pavement, and we respectfully request that the field change be allowed to be maintained, as these islands, as depressions did present conflicts with few adjacent handicap parking spaces. Noting the architectural access board requirements are in conflict with having serious obstruction. So number 3, the approved site plan did provide minimal separation from fire hydrants to Siamese building connection, and the 10-foot additional was provided as a prudent measure for improved fire personal accessibility. Which is great that Peter says that, but like I said, if he said, you know, fire chief has signed off on it, and then just send it, that's it, it would be done. It did not include transformer paths, and they have no adverse effect on the facility. Both paths are on the as-built. Handicap signs were installed after the initial site as-built. We now indicated and are now indicated and are properly posted as both pavement markings and elevated. And this is Peter Beam is saying this, so we have to
Right. So you don't have to.
check,
through all
you know what I
that.
mean?
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
just, it's good that you've done these, but now we're just confirming it for the supplemental review. So none of these lingering things are, you know, the fire hydrants is important, that those locations were signed off by. And I think I mentioned that, Mike, a couple months ago. Like, just get me the document if you have it. It's done deal. Freestanding. So, you know, section of sidewalk had to be shortened because of the change of where the hydrant location was or something like that. You know, all very viable responses. You just have to vet them, that's all.
I'd like to address the one rain garden that's a little bit smaller. I'm not sure if you can picture the site. It's on a curve. This bottom curve closest to the Marlboro-Northborough line, the building, that's where the building is closest to the road. Along that side of the road is a high-pressure gas line that feeds Ken's Foods in Marlboro, and it's a huge facility. And we were told by the gas company, anytime we're within, I think it's 50 or 60 feet of that gas main, they wanted someone there on site, no matter what we were doing. And that last rain garden has an outcropping of ledge. Now, our contract with our excavation contractor included all the ledge blasting that, you know, whatever had to be done. But that, the gas company told us we can't blast, we can't chip it, it's just too close, too risky for that gas line that feeds Ken's Foods in Marlboro. He said that you just can't do it. You know, so it's our fault. We should have come back and told you that. We consulted with Peter. Peter said, if you did the calculations, the rain garden's gonna work because the rain gardens were oversized to begin with. But, you know, again, it's our responsibility. We should have come back to you and made you aware that, or Peter should have made you aware. Ultimately, it's our responsibility. And we take full responsibility for that. But we didn't just do it, you know, regardless of what the plan said, there was a reason behind it. If you go there today, you can see the outcropping of ledge. And you can see how close it is to the road, and that's where that major high-pressure gas line is. So there was a reason behind it.
I'm very familiar with the site. I used to work at Fidelity and drove that way 15 years.
Oh, really?
So,
Yeah.
very familiar.
So what's the ask tonight?
We'd like a certificate of occupancy. The building is done. Lawyer Lavoli's finished. Plumbing inspector, building inspector, electrical inspector, fire department, board of health, they're all done. And so we would like to occupy the building. We're not going anywhere. We're not, you know, we're going to be back in the spring. I told Karina several times, I'm going to be completely transparent on this landscaping. We'll provide you with every possible list prior to the installation of anything, which we did a few weeks ago. You were there. And we'll do the same thing in the spring. We don't think that we'll be able to obtain all these plants, but we'll come to you and we'll have recommendations to switch. And we won't do anything without your approval.
So everything that says completed is already in and you were able to get them?
Yes. And Karina has all the lists that we've planted.
Well, that's the same list from when we met.
Yes, yeah. Same list.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
What would be the harm in just waiting for Fuss and O'Neill to complete their review?
Just finance it.
For us, it's crushing us financially. We have people that want to move in. If we don't get them in, we've lost them.
Yeah, but I mean, we're talking about a couple weeks.
Yeah, we
And
have
this-
people that want to go in December 1, excuse me. And we're not going anywhere. If Fuss and O'Neill comes back and suggests another handicap sign to be placed someplace, we'll install it. We're not going anywhere.
Well, we've been waiting a long time in order to be able to resubmit to Fuss and O'Neill.
I
Their
understand.
original letter was in March.
I understand.
So I agree with Mr. Stein. I think we need to hear back from Fuss and O'Neill.
The building is 100% done, and it's not, we're not, you know, people can drive in, do their business in the building and drive out. It has no effect on the number of bushes, the size of the bushes, any of that stuff.
That's not really what's keeping you from your certificate of occupancy. Because you're gonna bond them. That's not a life, health, public safety issue. We all acknowledge that, I think. It's not.
So it's not a life safety issue?
It's not a public health landscaping.
Right.
Other than what's in the rain gardens, if it's not proper in the rain gardens, then it impacts the capacity of the rain garden, which impacts the ability to hold the water. And that's not, the bond is not the problem.
So Karina, so what happens when you get in a situation where you have two engineers disagree, Fuss and O'Neill and our engineer? You know, you're looking for a follow-up report, right? On these rain gardens. The calculations you felt weren't adequate or done improperly or whatever,
Yeah,
however you want to word it,
they didn't confirm that the system worked.
your opinion,
No.
Fuss and O'Neill's opinion.
Third-party engineering consultant.
Yeah. So what happens now? What happens?
So we-
We're at a
we rely-
gridlock here.
We rely on Weston.
I understand that.
The original stormwater management was approved. It worked. You proved that it would work on paper. technically.
So
So
I don't
then
want to
we-
start, I don't want to get in a big, but the way it was approved, it couldn't be built.
So perhaps it. had
And
to be
I
redone
did the
during
construction. Yeah, I should have come in. I admitted that. It was in the middle of COVID, the whole thing. I mean,
But we're trying to help you get what you built work.
I'm looking for some help tonight.
So we're just trying to make sure that it does.
I'm looking
work.
for some help tonight.
You understand? So we understand.
I understand what you're
it's
saying, Karina.
Yeah, so if
built.
we
You
have to
have
make,
to just prove that it was built.
And we
You're
didn't
almost
disappear
there.
in March.
You're almost there.
You know, like for an example, the native, I can't get the bushes that aren't planted now, we can't get them.
Yeah, so we were in the same situation last year.
A year and a half
With
ago,
with the landscaping.
right.
It was gonna all be done in the fall, and what couldn't be done. in the
Can't get
fall
the
would be-
native species on the approved plan.
Well,
Can't, I do this every day. I would never, that would be nothing that I would like hold up a multi-million-dollar project for. I'd drive to Florida to get them, or that wouldn't even be native. I mean, it's not, we tried.
I can tell you that St. Mark's School dormitory project, as an example, had extensive native species requirements on their project. And it was permitted, I think slightly after you. And they are also looking for their certificate of occupancy. So when they came in, they were required to provide as-built, and they said, well, we have X, Y, Z not finished. And their landscaping is not complete. So
Right.
they had to post a bond as well.
so we're willing to do that.
Yeah,
We're
I'm just
ready.
saying that they were able to get some of the plants, but because of the timing of the construction, they're falling into where they want to get people into the dorm over Thanksgiving, but they don't have their landscape. They have some of the landscaping, and they were able to find species, not, and it may be different from what yours.
I
was.
know, Karina, that's correct, but I asked you personally in your office about a bond many months ago, and you said that you do not do bonds.
That's absolutely not true.
Well, you did tell me. I tell the truth. I'm an older guy. I don't make
Are
stuff.
you implying
you-
that I don't?
all right, this is.
No, I'm
going
saying
a
that's what
little-
you told me. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well, I
So-
beg to differ.
We called, I can't tell you how many landscape supply companies, and we had the list, we sent it out.
But, so I'm looking at this, you can't get red maple or paper birch or, I mean, these are summer sweet, winterberry, these are
So,
all standard things. that are allowed.
Cavicchio had some of those, but not enough to fill what was required. So I said, I want to put them all in at once. I don't want to put, if we need 35 of summer fills, I don't want to put 5 now and 15 later and get them from a different nursery and then the different sizes and,
But I think those things are easy to get, because I know a
well,
lot of native gardens. have been put in
I
into a
tried
lot of
everybody.
these.
We tried, we would have bought them. We would have installed them. They didn't just pick and choose, oh, we'll buy this one, but not this one. We told the supply company, we'll take them all. And they have a very difficult time getting them. No, we're gonna post a bond, and we said we'll put them in the spring. We've already ordered all these, and hopefully they'll come through.
I personally would like to work in Barcelona.
The building is done. There's no reason why we can't have someone go in there and occupy the building. It's done. Fire department's inspected, electrical, plumbing, building inspector.
Third-party building.
I think that you're so close with your calculations that you submitted this evening, right? So you submitted to address Fuss and O'Neill's lingering concerns with the as-built drainage. Let them review that. We'll make that a priority. We'll tell them, please expedite it as soon as possible, which we always try to do. We get the feedback that that drainage works as built and as shown as it works. Are you concerned that it won't?
No, I'm
work?
not concerned at all.
So it should be relatively easy. 'cause
What
it's a
I'm concerned
supplemental.
is the building is vacant. You know how many times we've had to hire people to go pick up the trash? I think I've told you guys a couple of times. Last time we were out there, it's like once every 2 weeks, we get to go hire people to go pick up all the trash because people dump there because it's an abandoned building. That's what it looks like.
Can I
we
ask
don't
what
wanna-
kind of bond you're proposing? Will it be a cash bond?
Cash bond.
Can I just ask a question? I guess my concern is if you just paid the funds for Fuss and O'Neill, why does your delay make us have an emergency?
There's been numerous checks to fund Fuss and O'Neill.
So it's not an emergency. We would just like what
But
we
you're
deserve.
asking for, what
No.
you're asking for is to occupy a building on December 1st. It is December 21st,
November, yeah.
November, and it's
Yeah.
not gonna happen.
We're asking because we have the plumbing inspector, the electrical
I
inspector,
understand
the
that.
fire department, the board of health, and the building inspector. The building is compliant with the building code. The parking lot is compliant with the approved plan. There's 71 parking spots there. There's no life and safety issues. We're asking you,
Except for drainage.
I don't believe it's a life and safety issue. If we had a 1,000-year storm, there's not enough area to fill those rain gardens. It's a 20-foot, you know what 20 feet is? It's from here to that table. That's the amount of roof water that's gonna go into those rain gardens. It's very insignificant.
So my comment is just this, if you let me finish my statement. We're an elected board. Our job is to follow the law. Your job is to put in a site plan, to build what was approved by the planning board. You didn't. There was no,
What do you mean we didn't?
We did.
the
did.
as-built did not equate to the approved plans, based on the 13 comments that came from Fuss and O'Neill.
Those
you're
have been
in the
addressed.
process.
Those have been addressed.
They're current, we don't know that. We have Peter Bemis's comments. We require Fuss and O'Neill to a third party. I'm not an engineer. I require that. And so my opinion is I need the Fuss and O'Neill to make a comment. I don't believe that we should. be
This is a
compelled
sad
to have
state
an
of affairs.
emergency.
Do you have the major site plan approval with you?
Mr. Norman?
No comments.
Would you like to see it on the screen?
DPW's.
I'd like to see number 18.
I think you're on the right track, but you need to allow the board to at least have Fuss and O'Neill confirm that the drainage calcs work. You're this close, and then you're gonna post a bond, and you'll be on your way.
Why can't we post it tonight?
You can,
But I
but
haven't heard from Fuss and O'Neill.
they can post, but you can post a bond for the landscaping, but there may be additional bonding required for anything that isn't working in those 13 items, which is probably slim.
Let's monetize them. You know, the signs have been done because Laurie's been out there and approved them.
The signs.
Yeah, the handicap signs. The parking lot was painted. There's 2 more spots. They didn't put the lines down the correct
Do you
way.
know, is the freestanding sign, did you confirm that's on private property?
Excuse me?
The freestanding sign.
Yeah.
I said, did you confirm that's on private? I'm just asking if you know. I'm not trying to pinpoint it. I'm just
okay.
asking. Do you know?
I believe it's right on the line and we're gonna move it. So there's no question. We're gonna move it, so there's
Because
no
you
question.
understand, when a sign is on public right of way, it becomes, it could be a hazard.
Yeah,
right?
I understand.
know it doesn't
So
always
it'll be moved.
seem that way, but see, you see, these are the things that are gonna be vetted with
Yeah.
Russ and O'Neill looking at it. So it's not to get you, it's to protect both the town and your interests, that things get done properly. All right, so later on, when someone comes back and says, you didn't put that sign in the right place, you can say, yes, I did, look, it was placed in the right place, and then the planning board says, sorry about it, you don't, you know.
It's
you're wrong."
it's gonna be placed right exactly where it was approved on the plan.
It's unfortunate it isn't already there.
What it was requested to be done the first time.
So let's look at number 18 you want to see. So I think you're very close to getting there, but you just have to cross the finish line here in the proper process. So. Number 18,
Maybe we don't belong here.
no, that's
Well,
actually.
that's what it said. What does it say?
That's one condition.
Yeah,
The
so that
code
doesn't
also
mean
says-
just the binder code, we get the occupancy.
Maybe we don't belong here.
Mike, going down the right path, don't deviate. If you look at town code, it says certificate of compliance.
The building is 100% done. It's a crime not to occupy.
Thank you for your
So-
time.
So why,
There's no reason why it shouldn't be
Do you
occupied.
have a money amount tied to what's left?
If you look at that's on there.
So if you monetize the 13 conditions, or if you monetize a month of lost revenue, are you willing to put a bond for the month loss of lost revenue plus the plantings?
Can you say that again, please?
So you're, let's say a month of lost revenue.
Yeah.
And you put a bond up for that as a protection for the,
Yeah, we're not going anywhere. We're gonna get the bond money back. We're gonna plant the plantings.
you monetize the 13 items.
I have no idea. what's
I don't care.
happening.
Just give me the number.
The stormwater calcs still have to be approved. Even if you post a bond for the 13 items and the planting, the fact that the stormwater has to be confirmed, I told you, that's your most important. thing.
Karina, did you
Submit
review?
that first.
So we'll make them conform. That's what I said. We'll make them conform.
So give Fuss and O'Neill a chance to review the stormwater calc and place a bond. And then, but you still have to wait.
I thought you said the rain gardens in front couldn't be made any bigger.
That single wheel, the one on the far right, because of the ledge and the high pressure gas line, but you can make space down the other end. It's just rainwater.
That particular one can't be increased, but they all connect to each other.
Yeah, so you can make one down down the way a little bit bigger. And it hasn't been a quarter of an inch of water ever in those rain gardens. I've been there in the heaviest rains. It's only roof water and a little bit of the road water. There's not much
Yeah,
that
but
was in
it's
it.
right on the road, it's a major bus route. I don't feel comfortable with Fuss and O'Neill saying that they don't operate as.
The grade is substantially lower than the road. to
Yeah.
begin with.
Then it should flush out in this last submittal. If Peter's addressed this stuff, it should flush, you should be all set with this final review.
Safety issue.
Like, if the building's occupied or non-occupied, it's irrelevant to what's going on in the front of the building.
But it's what gives power to the code that enforces what happens on the site.
Look, we're not going anywhere.
So. I'm pulling for you and I've been trying to help you, but I still feel the calculations need to be confirmed and you have submitted them. Get them to Fuss and O'Neill. You're willing to post a bond, whatever the planning board accepts for that. And if you have confirmation that the stormwater is functioning, great. If it doesn't, you're gonna have to fix it. Whether you just said But I'm hoping that Peter is, providing the information that shows that the way it's built does truly work. So all he has to do is cross the finish line. If you're very confident in what you built there and you don't feel it's a problem, then it should be very cursory last review.
I don't feel there's any problem. As I said, I've been there. We had
But you're
a
not an
rainstorm
engineer, and I
a couple months
appreciate
ago.
it, but the engineer, the independent engineer has to look at it, that's all, just to confirm it. And we're so close to this, Mike, you're gonna get a bond ready? It's a cash bond, so that's easy, you don't have to go get a performance bond.
So does number 18 not, is irrelevant?
Yeah, that's one item.
Yeah,
It's irrelevant up there? I'm
No, it's
sure why
not irrelevant, it's pointing out that don't come asking for a certain, a lot of people get everything done and then they leave the top coat. Oh, we'll get it after. That's to point out we don't want that.
Our top coat is in.
Yeah, that's good, that's good. It just doesn't negate 17410J that says certificate of occupancy requires that all elements and conditions of site plan be completed and is temporary and be signed off on.
So when can we expect this answer from Preston O'Neill?
As soon as we get it, they gave it to me this evening after 5 o'clock. So I'm on vacation, but I can ask Colleen to forward that to them. Melissa should also have a copy because she's requiring it. She's the one paying for it. under
She
the-
has a copy.
comes to all of us.
Oh, it was, okay, good. That's already, so, we can ask Melissa to forward it to, well, and, ask her to, could you please give us an anticipated time? When that comes in, and then you're gonna post your performance or your cash bond, depending if the planning board finds that amount acceptable based on what's left, because now they're also able to look at those final last comments, the site comments, the signs and blah, blah, blah. I don't know how the planning board feels about your freestanding sign on public property, and you're aware of it.
I said we're gonna move it.
I know, I understand. Each little thing makes a big thing, if you add it all together.
And it might not even be on public property. I'm
Right.
not sure.
Peter should have been able to tell you that.
Yeah.
So I think that's the bottom line. We need, just get the customer, we'll get that out to them, we get that answer. This is a big step. I mean, it's
A big step would have been approval of a bond tonight.
well, had we had the review money for Fuss and O'Neill to just do that last little review there. But we don't know, hopefully your drainage is sufficient. That's all. So that's my,
So I'm just, if we get a bond posted, so we get a full occupancy permit,
no attempt,
why would it be a 10?
because you still haven't done all the elements and conditions. The temp is made for when you've
The
addressed.
bond doesn't cover that?
That's
No,
what allows you to get the temporary, because it's covering all your undone work. That's all.
the temp, you're allowed to bond with stuff that is remaining, but in order to get a temp, the public health and safety aspects have to be complete. So if you came in here and your as-built drainage worked, right, but you still don't have the planting, you'd get a temporary certificate of occupancy today by posting a bond or when the planning puts it. But because you have that drainage component that has to be confirmed, that's your punching. And I think I said, Mike, just get that in, that's your punching, that's your thorn in your heart. So, and you've done that now, this afternoon, so let's move on that. Get that done, hopefully it's good, and keep moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda, MBTA communities. Joint with shop seats, there was one left. Dory is. I don't know who else is on there.
Yeah, I just, I'm sending you this right now.
I'll just bring us up to date. At the last meeting, do you want to bring Dorian over?
Yeah. I'm just trying to find the right screen. There she is.
At the last meeting, we discussed the MBTA communities, the guidelines which required us to submit an action plan to the state by January of 2023. And Colleen and I worked on that, and there was a question of how arduous that would be and what would be required and how much we would be held to that action plan. And the day after our last meeting, hi Dorian,
Guys,
the day after our last
really
meeting.
long.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. I've been watching it. I'm going, holy smokes. You guys work really hard. I'm totally impressed. I appreciate everything you do. Under fire and everything. I'm totally impressed.
Thank you. So I attended a webinar, which a lot of questions were asked about this action plan, and it's kind of, the state just wants to know that it's on your mind and you're moving forward, and you're not held to anything in that plan. If you change your mind, you can change your mind. And Colleen and I looked at it, and it's just, checking boxes.
Roadmap.
Yeah, and doing a basic, we'll do this by this date, we'll do this by, yeah. So, and that will keep us in compliance till December 31st, 2024, when we're supposed to have a district. That's good time.
Oh, and Marty, I don't know if I told you this, I did ask about the, my old director of economic development, told me that it's not so much, the first couple of words do say shall, and it's not so much that, let me see what it said. Oh, yeah. It is a shall of the MGL, no compliance means not eligible for certain grants, state grants, programs such as mass work. More importantly, non-compliance may/will likely result in suits being filed by developers. This is the biggest concern.
And this is from a prior.
Yeah, my old boss. Yeah. He's been working on it. He's an adjacent community.
Make a motion, we accept the action plan for MBTA communities, commuter rail community action plan
Could I
as
just ask Dorian if she's had a chance to look at? Did you?
Andrew, are you tired?
no.
Did you have a chance to look at that, Dorian?
I have not, but I think my opinion from everything I've seen up to this point, I think we should go forward and at least fill out the January 31st and get that paperwork in for the deadline. It doesn't commit us to doing anything, but it shows that we're at least looking at it and we have it in the forefront in our mind. We're taking a hard look at it. So that's what I would recommend, that we go forward with that part of it. And then I think we need to really take a serious look at how this really impacts our town with grants and whether we really want to do this or not. I mean, that's your decision. That is your decision. So that's not Chopsy's decision. That's a planning board decision. And then we're going to have to, we'll support whatever you guys decide you want to do. But I think we should at least fill out this January 31st and
You filled it out. Well, me and Colleen filled it out.
We said it.
Right. I think we should at least have a show of good faith from the town of Southborough and send it in.
No, I don't think we did.
I was gonna say. It's a vote of the- All right, and I did, just one more thing, I did request from Vanessa the grants, what we've received in grants, and she was working on that, and I haven't heard that. Right. On that, so we'll have that information moving forward. Okay. Anybody else? Andrew, would you like to make a motion?
Make a motion, we adopt the action plan for MBTA communities for the commuter rail systems as completed by our fearless chair.
Second.
Very good. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
One discussion item, I don't think it would be adoption of the action plan. I think it's the submission of the action plan.
So corrected.
Thank you, Mr. Mills.
All in favor, Latrell, yes?
Mills, yes.
Stein, yes?
Houlihan, yes.
Miriam, yes.
Okay, so I wonder, I don't know, if we just send it in or if we check with Mark and see if we can just send it in. I don't know how much. Any input the select board wants, although it is its own.
Yeah, I didn't see a lot of interest in that group, but certainly reach out to me.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so just
They
double
should know
check
where
with,
you guys are. where we're at.
yeah,
Yeah, I'll send an email. I'll copy Dorian and you. Of course.
yeah, and let Mark know that we plan on submitting that. Really, it is, keep us in compliance through December 31st.
And could you also send one to me via for Shopsy, and I'll give it out to my board.
Yes, I'll copy you.
And I am going to make a suggestion. Next time we're having a joint meeting, you guys are coming to our meeting, so we don't have to wait. For talk to you for 5 minutes. All right, I'm going back to making cookies. Am I done?
Thanks for coming.
All right, guys, thanks so much. And again, really I'm super impressed by you. I'm blown away with how much you have to do in a meeting. So thank you for your time and happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Bye.
Next,
Next is the
very
budget.
big budget.
So this is due on the 28th when I get back in the office. I'm hoping that based on what Marnie and I talked to you about briefly, how this number came to be, that the planning board will vote to for me to submit this to the treasurer. What will be a starting point? We'll see where it ends up. Typically, we hold pretty close to where we started when we submit a budget, because, you know, we go through this with a fine tooth comb and we don't ask for more than we need, and even that we try to do very efficiently. So you'll notice that starting at the top of the fiscal year spreadsheet, it's broken out by salaries and then other tasks. And the salaries, the personnel board met and approved a 4% increase for all employees fiscal year 24. They're working on a STEP program, which I guess the town had 10, 12 years ago, where we have over 15 years, 2% study rate. And we had a study done by the Collins Group and following that model for the STEP program. So the salaries reflect that 4%. In the remainder of the budget, the only thing that's really increasing is the contracted services, the miscellaneous contracted services. And if you look at the large spreadsheet, I try to code it about halfway down. You'll see on the right-hand side, red writing, and those are the changes to the budget. So if you just look at the first one, it says fiscal year 24, we reduced $600. So master plan was completed, and last year we carried $600 for maybe additional printing. So this year we don't need that, so we reduced that. You're welcome. Good job. Great job. Fiscal year 24, we have added $5,000 to assist with MBTA communities compliance and other bylaw amendment support. So we carried $1,500 for bylaw support. For example, when we hired Destin Heilman to help us with the outdoor illumination. Okay. And, you know, this is an estimate based on what could potentially happen, could be possibly more than that. I know that Mark Purple has mentioned to me in the past that some funding we could get for him for bylaw assistance. But this MBTA communities, the final phase of this to actually come in compliance will require a pretty big effort. Colleen's currently in contact with a company that's coming in when we get back after Thanksgiving to get some feedback on zoning map, for example. We don't know if they have experience doing layers for the MBTA communities yet. They may even have some.
No, he's heard, I did ask him about that. He said, no, he's heard of it, but
Hasn't that worked on.
he hasn't actually read the general law.
Okay.
And I was a big advocate for increasing that money for MBTA communities. One, because I think it's a huge lift on our own resources, and so we need to adequately fund it. I don't even think that's going to be enough personally, but
No, it'll be a starting point.
it'll be a starting point.
Yeah.
So I was a big advocate for that, and obviously we have the zoning map that we have to take on. So
That's going to be sort of a joint effort because we've lost our mapping person at the assessor's office. So he's involved in this and
Consultant.
also IT. They are involved in it as well, and DPW uses it. So we're going to have a new GIS system. Hopefully the ERC, which seems to be, but we're sort of looking at different people right now to help us. Ezra.
Yeah. So that's right. So we carried $1,500 normally for bylaw assistance, a specialist or an attorney or somebody who will help us with that. Draft bylaws that we don't do in-house on some of these. We need expert experience. So that's why that is $6,500, an increase of $5,000. And then the zoning map, we carried $1,700 this year in hopes to get started with what Colleen is working with, trying to see what we can scope out. You know, they have to update the GIS mapping, and then those, you have to create all the changes that happened since 2006. You have to create all that into the mapping. So we have to see, this could be covering a consultant outlining what we need to do and maybe doing one of the first steps or a minor step in the process. So the last thing I carried is for fiscal year 24. I added $5,000 in there, which I know these numbers sound kind of round, but I think it's about where it would be for, we have this great deed research database that was completed through 2015. We've tapped into that tremendously. I use it a lot. I'm still in the process of transferring that to the Southborough Google Drive, but it's almost there. But we have several site plans and a couple subdivisions that have open space in them now. So we need to add that, to keep that going. It's a great resource, and right now we use it internally, but it's helpful out. So that's that initiative. And really, those are the only changes, and those are pretty minor asks for the initiatives that are very important. And we understand we don't want to drive up the tax rate and all this. And so we're trying to stay lean and mean, but we also need to start taking action on some of this.
So are all these the total up to 40,000, 360?
Yeah, at the bottom. So yeah, it's from last year. So what is the difference? What are you changing from last year's budget to this? So for some reason, when you go, the salary bumps for like what usually it's been 3% in the past, it always shows 2.8%. This year we have 4%, so it comes out to 3.8. So these percentages, so last year we had 17,000. It's like a weighted percentage. Right, so,
Oh, so this is just from here.
yes,
Okay, I-
it's a weighted, so, yeah, so from 17,000 to 29,700, it's 74.7% increase, right?
Yeah.
But if you weigh it against the entire budget, it only increases the budget. So typically, the treasurer and such would like to see a level funding, which is the salary increase. But we need to start being able to take on some of these, because the staff is, you know, how much you help us already.
But let me just read this right. So this 40,360
Yes,
is made up of all these lines up to what?
up to the salaries. It doesn't include salaries. So
Oh.
the salaries is its own component. Is across the top, and it breaks down.
So
Okay.
it's the
And then-
salary plus 43.
Thank you.
43,
other
60
charges,
equals 12.
Yes. I'm sorry, I see this every year, so to me it's like. It took me 3 years to understand it, but now I know.
So the major increase across the board there, or what you highlighted in red above, which is the MBTA, the zoning map, and decrease.
Correct.
Okay.
And
Thank
then
you.
up here, I showed the increase for the, oh, I didn't update that accessible 4%. The text.
Make a motion that we submit the fiscal year 2024 budget as presented.
Second.
And the motion is second, any discussion? All in favor, Latrell, yes.
Mills, yes.
Stein, yes?
Houlihan, yes.
Mary, yes.
Thank you, and thanks, Marnie, for your support and.
Yes,
confidence.
thank you, Marnie.
I greatly
I'll get up and
appreciate
defend it too.
it. All right. And I'm going to draft a memo when I get back, addressing the increases, so it gives a clear understanding. of what's up.
Next is St. Mark's Street relocation in Newton Street, stone wall, trees, public way.
So, I just want to point out that Newton Street is not really part of the discussion, correct, Debbie? That was just left in from a prior heading when there were tree issues along the sidewalk.
Yes, because St. Mark's was lumped in with Newton Street when we were talking about stone walls. And I think I made the error to kind of lump them together, so I apologize.
And we didn't want to miss anything, so we carried it. just in
Thank you.
case.
Thank you.
Okay. So Debbie had requested this as an agenda item this evening, and also provided some bullet points at the last meeting. Debbie was going to come up with some items to discuss, to hone in on. And she distributed that kind of a memo for discussion, so I'll let.
So, well, thanks for the time on the agenda, and I don't want to take a lot of time on this, but I was trying to pick up on the thread of the planning board's purview of providing feedback to the select board on moving the St. Mark's intersection. And personally, I went back and I, looked at some of the recordings, and I thought there was an action for the planning board. And of course, I've missed those conversations because you had discussions with town council, but it seemed to me that that was sort of in the context of things were moving very quickly. There maybe wasn't time for planning board to review that. And then at a select board meeting about a week or two ago, a couple of the select board members, well, a vote was taken not to move forward with the work on moving the St. Mark's intersection until town meeting. And then it was brought up that, okay, now we have time, proper time for the planning board feedback if they have any concerns in the report, to present something in a report to the select board. So I would like to suggest that we do that and we take the opportunity. What I tried to do is create a little map of sort of by different areas of, which are applicable sections under the regulations. I think planning board might have a different opinion, but I tried to kind of group them by what I thought might be relevant. I don't know what this report might look like for the select board, so I've never seen one. I'd like to, if there's, if there's sort of a report format. But I wanted to just kind of step through a couple of things. Of course, the trees and the stone wall, Karina's already written that fantastic letter. And I think that, we have, I'm not sure if we've heard back from select board, but I included it in here. As I was kind of looking through this and trying to put my thoughts down and thinking about the intersection, I've been asking a couple questions and I have reached out to a couple groups. So just as background information, I asked a very basic question of a couple of the select board members, specifically about why are we moving the intersection? Because as you can see from my list, I think it's A through H or something like that. There's a number of potential concerns. It might turn out that there are no concerns if we have, if we look at these closely. So these are just like, I think, potential on my list. But so I was told that the reason that the intersection is being moved originally was because of the drainage issue and turning radius or something of that intersection. So I think it should just be really clear. There is a public records request for any and all correspondence on from the fire department about the turn radius at the intersection, and it produced no records. That's not to say there weren't conversations, but it prompted me to go back in time. And I think for those of us who live in town, been in town a while, the end of the St. Mark's intersection was already, I would say adjusted, I want to say moved, but it was slightly lifted and moved, I guess, a little. And I think it was, I think that really was for safety issues, to be honest, because it now aligns, and since for about probably 12 years, if you look on Google Maps, the intersection looks different. So there's several dates you can go back in time. 2017 right now is the latest time period on Google Maps, and it's the current intersection. And then there's a 2008, and then there's a 2002. The 2002 is the before, and the 2008 is the after. But and I sent some photos to Karina and Colleen, and what happened back then is, unfortunately, they didn't fix any drainage. It wasn't a big project from my understanding, but it aligned the roadway. So I think it now aligns perfectly with St. Mark's driveway across the street. And it fixed whatever issues might have been, of concern for police and fire. But what that did is when that roadway was moved, the public way still stays in the same location. So the town now licenses that parcel to St. Mark's. And that's where that nice new stone wall is. So I found the license agreement for that. And unfortunately, a stone wall was removed. The historic stone wall was removed in years later in 2018 under a revocable license agreement. And there's a nice memo from Karen Galligan at DPW saying why she didn't need to come to the planning board. And that stone wall, and I don't think they did, right? For anybody on the board since 2008. So it was a little historic stone wall, and the photo still exists on Google.
18.8.
This one is 18. So the roadway was moved slightly, creating a parcel that's the public way. And then in 18, St. Mark's put in a request to build that longer stone wall. And that's when the historic stone wall was removed, actually. So there's a question, I have heard this from several people, that stone wall has contributed to drainage, flooding issues at the library. I've heard DPW head Karen Galligan say that. I don't know if that's true. I always wondered about it, but juxtapose, yeah, I don't know, right? I'm not sure. But juxtapose that with, you know, any plant, you know, the fact that that area is completely torn up. There's no trees, you know, right in the triangle. St. Mark's Park is looking to put something there. There could be some impervious, you know, material there. And my concern really is how does this impact the area? And I reached out to the library board of trustees to get a better understanding about flooding at the library. For example, could moving that, you know, so first of all, flooding at the library, I haven't quite gotten an answer, and I have John Parent from facilities that's looking for some information for me on, you know, what kind of work was done. Evidently, a lot of work was done back in 2019, a year after the nice stone wall went in. But you know, there's still an issue from what I understand from Ryan Donovan at the library. So my concern, I would say, is trying to understand, you know, what has happened at the triangle, this current state now. You know, if there's drainage should be fixed and addressed, but how does moving intersection interfere, help, or hurt any of the sort of elements that are there and that we have purview over, I guess. And so if I could just read through them really quickly. And, you know, I've been a little bit vocal in this area, but I've been keeping this kind of list for a long time. So I think it's now the right time to kind of respectfully, you know, bring this up to the select board. The first is our, I kind of group these into town boards, you know, purview, stormwater erosion control. So under 174.13 5D6, that's the town bylaw. I hope I have these correct, because this is my draft, so there could be some errors, but that is what governs planning board review of a project that involves moving an intersection. And under town bylaw 174.13 5C, I mentioned this, I think, a couple of weeks ago. That's the Conservation Commission's purview of reviewing a project for stormwater erosion control. If 50% of the soil is disrupted, property is not town owned. This is St. Mark's property, remember? And the street has not gone to the planning board, and the roadway is not a public way. This is a very little used bylaw, because most of what Conservation Commission does is, you know, not public. So this is, you know, an opportunity for them to get involved. And then the chapter 447 of the 1991 Legislative Act, which formed not just the DPW, but the Public Works Planning Board. I think that, that this would be an opportunity for the Public Works Planning Board to, you know, voice, let's say, any concerns also about St. Mark Street relocation. My next little grouping is on trees and stone walls, and that is under Mass General Law, Chapter 40.15C, and that relates to the removal of public shade tree along a scenic road, and also the removal of a stone wall on a scenic road, and that's pending, because Karina has written to the select board in September. I hope we hear from them soon. And then I put some information in here, and I actually have a copy as well about this limited revocable license agreement. One of the sections of the agreement, point number 2, says that the licensee, which is St. Mark's, shall not cause any damage to the public way or public road layout, or in any way change the existing property in such a manner as to interfere with its functioning. And I'm not suggesting that it does, but I did hear Ms. Galligan say that the stone wall contributes to the flooding. So I think maybe we should, you know, just ensure that that's not actually happening. The next group is the archaeological dig. Okay, that's not actually under the purview of planning board at all, but I guess I was just making a list. of all the, applicable sections, I would say this is applicable under Mass General Law, Chapter 9, Section 26, 27. And, this is obviously very pertinent to anything that's going on up there. And just to update everybody, there was an archaeological dig. A report has been submitted to Mass Historical Commission in October, and I guess the town is waiting for a response. So that's that. Okay, one that's a little closer to planning board is parking. This is our zoning code 17482B12, use regulations for residential A. I should mention that when the stone wall went in under the license agreement in around 2018, there was a question that was raised by the select board who approved that stone wall. And the question was, where is everybody going to park? Because I guess there had been a problem with a lot of cars parking along St. Mark's Street at that time for the ball fields. And the response from St. Mark's was that they had they had a parking lot up the road that served 20 to 30 spaces. Right now, that parking lot is being advertised as a parking lot. In this document, that's a live link to the St. Mark's campus map. And if you go on there, the St. Mark's triangle parking there's instructions for parents who are, or people who are visiting St. Mark's and watching one of the games at the playing field. There's a link on the website that they should park in the triangle, which is, in my opinion, is not authorized because they need major site plan approval. And also there's a newly erected sign there, and I don't know if anybody has seen that, right by the nice long stone wall. And it's the same map as the one online, and it clearly has the St. Mark's parking lot marked for parking. So I think, a lot of things, but I think that the schools, including St. Mark's, have always come to the town, as far as I know, and have heard that there is section 3 of chapter 40A, which is the Dover Amendment. But the Dover Amendment considers parking reasonable regulation. Under chapter 40A, section 3 reads that such land or structures may be subject to reasonable regulations concerning the bulk and height of structures and determining yard sizes, lot areas, setbacks, open space parking, and building coverage requirements. So even though they are a religious institution and could be covered under the Dover Amendment, I believe they need to come forward with a plan so that we can first understand what they're trying to do, actually, because I don't believe that we've ever been given a plan. And I believe the right course of action for them is to come forward with a major site plan approval. I also think the building inspector should be notified because I don't think that's an approved use right now. And then finally, I just wanted to, kind of put down that, I think we all know that the select board have announced a potential land swap for St. Mark's. This is also a legal procedure, then it will go to town meeting for a vote this spring. As part of that is the creation of an even bigger parking lot than what's there. So in 2018, when St. Mark's licensed the parcel for their stone wall and said that there were 20 to 30 spaces, if you count how many is on this conceptual parking plan, which was first introduced in December 2020, this is a 55 spot parking lot. So I'm seeing like a lot of like asphalt and concrete and movement around, and my concerns, I think, really are what's the effect on this area? It's a sensitive area. It's the jewel of our town. And I don't think that anybody is really planning this area. And then lastly, and I would say almost, maybe most importantly, is our beloved public library. Now, we all know that the library is, we've outgrown the space. And just like towns nearby, I personally went to visit Grafton, Marlborough. I understand Shrewsbury also, they're all in the same spot. They've got these old historic libraries beloved by the town, every single person in town. And yet they've outgrown the space. They have figured it out. There's an expansion. I have asked for any kinds of plans on that. And I know that our library has taken a survey, sent out a survey. Maybe you guys have, responded to it. I didn't. I'm sorry to say that I didn't. But and some of what I think they were trying to capture is whether or not, what would be the nature of a possible future expansion similar to other towns. Westboro is also trying to go through right now. They have a $9 million grant from the state that they have to use if they can only get it through their special town meeting. And that's, hasn't happened yet. But so if the library is going to expand, where could it expand? Behind the library. I don't see any other spot, but I'm not an engineer. So there's, more possible future, considerations for the triangle. So I think that all has to really be taken into account. I just want to also say that there, as part of the survey, there was some discussion about the use of this building as an annex or something for a library. But for anybody who's had an annex situation in a town, that is not ideal to bring kids and books and having staff in two different buildings. And so I don't know what the library is planning because I haven't I have some emails from a couple of the trustee members, kind of unofficially. But, we value our education, we value learning, and we value our children. This is probably something that the town is going to engage in time. And so I really think that some of these things need to be kind of considered. While we're thinking about moving a little intersection, it's not clear to me, why are we moving this intersection? If the drainage needs to be fixed, I think we should all agree we have to fix the drainage. It's ruining our library, and that's costly. But it's just totally not clear to me. So I think that these are some of the things that I, can contribute to a report that's, cordially written to the select board. And these are the things that I have come up with. And I'd just be interested to hear, anybody who agrees or disagrees.
We should follow up with the selectmen on September 19th, 2022. Right. So they need to submit an application for a stone wall and tree removal. And we're supposed to get a plan to review the road, but we haven't heard from them.
Oh, I like to be more proactive. I mean, as far as I know, the plans are posted on the DPW website, and I think that's all there is, but I don't know. I mean,
So we can just look at what's there, but who can we ask questions to? Who
That-
do we know what the
that's correct.
engineering is?
well, on the engineering, I did reach out to Selectman Stivers and asked him directly, do we have any assurance from the engineers that produced the plan at BHB, for example, or even our consultant town engineer? We do need a town engineer, but seeing as we have these consultants, do we have any assurance? And he said there's no assurance, but I think he said there's nothing in writing, but he's been assured. Okay, good. So, but I really, this is the jewel of our town, the jewel with the gem. This is it. And if we do all this work and, I think there's just a lot that's happened. We don't have, we learned from example from when Christina Bezanson came and she told us about the detrimental effects of taking down trees. There's nothing there, right? So what if there's, the intersection's moved and there's now water rushing into the library? I just think we owe it to the town to actually put the plan back in this particular area. And I said, I don't know whether all these are applicable, but I would really very much like some assurance from an engineering plan. I don't know how to read the engineering plans, but I tried, looked out on the website. But I do want to speak to somebody about, we're paying somebody a lot of money for this. We should be assured that this isn't going to make the situation worse. That it's actually going to help it. But of course, in light of this potential changes with either a possible expansion, the parking lot, St. Mark's Pocket Park. These are all things I'm not sure that they've been considered all together, and the stone wall that's there. Who's looking after this stuff? So I think it's up to us.
Mr. Mills. First of all, thank you. Appreciate it. The other driver to say that we're going to invest in libraries from this historical facade on the roof. CPC helped fund that. So,
Yes.
And historic preservation restriction building as well. But it's obvious.
Okay.
I think it's,
Does that mean
think it's on the-
an annex can't be used? I mean, this is
No.
also a beautiful building. I would not want to see this as an annex.
it's that building is always supposed to be a building. I mean, a library. And I think it's on the deed already, but it's supposed to be a library, but the CPC took it.
Great.
So I think it just goes to support the fact that that building is going to continue to be there. I agree too. We should follow up with our letter. I think you bring up a lot of great points here. Just gotta be careful and make sure we stick to what our jurisdiction is. Well, I agree with everything in that. And how do we get to this point? We just gotta keep it to like, okay, you're supposed to come to us for this, that, and the other.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the intersection, if you look at the roadway, that's kind of like a phantom road that's there. The grading is, I don't know how that, I'm not an engineer, Karina, maybe you can help, but I mean, it's not flat. I mean, so who's, I'm sure that's part of the VHP plan that, it's all gonna be fine. But yeah, that's my main concern. I'm sure there's other concerns, but to protect our public asset, I mean, Southborough should be protected in this. It should not make our assets worse. And I don't, I personally don't have that assurance. And actually, Mr. Stiver says he doesn't either. He's been assured, but not in writing. So let's get something in writing, or let's talk to the right people. Let's all look at the plans.
So, Ms. Luttrell, I just would say thank you very much for putting this together. I agree. Like, I do think we should be proactive because I think that we've all witnessed when the boards don't talk to each other and there's this cross communication and pointing fingers. I'd rather be proactive. I completely appreciate it. Like, let's talk about the stone walls, the parking, and maybe we kind of take a lot of the components that you've had, like you've done a lot of the research. So thank you for that. But then I would say, like, you as an individual citizen should also put something in writing and then also share, like, to the Conservation Commission and the Historic Commission, because I do think, like, more information that's known, like a lot of this research that you've done. I mean, to your point, like, you don't know if it's completely covered in certain things, but if we're not proactive and say like, we are a board of the people, and the people have said at town meeting, this is not okay. And so I do feel compelled that we should be proactive, not only asking about the letter, but saying, oh, and by the way, there are some other things that we would like to raise.
Mr. Stein?
Yeah, Debbie, thanks for your comprehensive work on this, and I certainly support submitting a report that's within our jurisdiction.
A report on the road or a report on all these issues that Debbie raised?
Well, some of the issues that Debbie raised were not within the planning board's jurisdiction. It's get very late and I don't feel like picking it apart right now, to be honest with you, Mimi. But, you know, it's to me, things that are related to zoning and, you know, that's what we're really about as a board. And some of the items were more select board things.
Yeah, Jesse, thank you for that. I, you know, have not seen a report. I mean, I listened to former chair, Mr. Morris, say that, you know, there's an opportunity to express concerns. And I read actually, and I think town council read to you guys before I joined this section, general law, section 4181I, about, I guess this is the Mass General Law equivalent, I guess, about planning board being able to express, I don't know, concern. I don't see anything that says concerns, or even that it needs to be expressly on zoning. So I wasn't sure exactly what can, you know, what's acceptable, for example, to go into a report.
Right. And all I'm saying is I would prefer if we kept to within, you know, the normal planning board items. We do not have site plan review, in my opinion, jurisdiction over this. We have, as Mr. Tallerman said back in February, our jurisdiction is pretty much limited to submission of, in fact, a comment letter. So, I mean, you're in a unique position, Debbie, because you're also on the DPW planning board, and some of the stuff that you know, for example, the drainage and the impact to the library, that is an example of something that to me is not a planning board matter, but could be a DPW planning board matter. So I think I just feel like we've taken up a lot of time on this, and I'd like to move on. Thanks.
Thanks, Jesse.
What's the agreement across the board on the letter going on?
Following up with the stuff. So this says that the relocation is referred to the planning board as opposed to us just looking at plans that are on there.
So it's been mentioned a couple of times. So in that last,
But it's never been referred.
not formally, that's right. No, Mr. Dennington brought it up at the meeting they've had a lot of meetings, so maybe about a week and a half or 2 weeks ago, but that's correct.
So the letter, the referral of the road for a report, and the stone wall and trees there within our jurisdiction. I think St. Mark's is required to have a site plan, but that doesn't go to the select board. That's not. But maybe, I don't know.
But if you're putting a list of concern, I mean, it's not really a list of concerns for the select board to deal with, though, right? It's just your report of concerns.
Well, so we're looking for the select board to file the application for the stone wall and tree removal, and to refer the road plan to the planning board for a report. That's what, in my mind. that's
Yes.
what-
Can, I just said to Debbie, I would help refine this into like our jurisdiction and then submit it maybe for you to review or to bring up for discussion for December 12th. Because we're
Yeah.
still waiting.
Yeah.
And then maybe you can look at it before our meeting and then bring it to that meeting. Can we maybe move it up in the discussion so it's not at?
I always forget 11 o'clock at night.
We're talking about it. That would be my preference, but maybe have some of our agenda items before other people's.
Yeah.
All right, that sounds like a good plan.
Thank you.
So we still have the tree policy, the tree protection bylaw. So I'll just say that I sent an updated bylaw in which I removed the reference to the drip line. I added the amendments that we were going to amend on town meeting. I added, under the reasons to remove a tree, I added invasive species. I think that's, oh, and then there was a question of the tree replacement, whether there's a lot of specifics in the bylaw, whether some of that should be moved into a policy. So I think that's my ask for tonight, is what the board thinks of that. And then just to review the changes made. And I also put together a spreadsheet that had each section out which section of Mass General Law it related to. Just so we know we're not very far afield, but it's what we're proposing is from Mass General Law.
Can I ask, what's the section that seemed to trip kind of people up at town meeting having to do with, can I plant tulips and under
That
the,
was the drip one.
that's the drip line? Can we just say you can't cause any damage to a public shade tree? Or something,
That's when the whole septic line.
Right.
came up.
So that is,
it's just,
that's a section of chapter 87 that you can't, that it's a finable offense to destroy public tree.
without getting into details about whether you're digging tulips or you have an excavator.
Yeah.
I think it's great that you made those amendments or those changes. I think we just need something clear and concise for addressing the emergency septic one. That seemed to be the killer. Problem with get up there, because that's been happening. It's a Saturday. Tuesday,
Well, that was the drip line thing.
No, it was a root getting in the septic, and if I have to replace my whole septic system, and
Yeah.
and it's just like, who do I call, and am I gonna get fined? So, I mean, so
Was there septic in the right of way?
What was that?
It
I'm
was.
telling you that this
You
is,
should
this
have come,
is,
Karina.
that is
Come to the
what,
next one, Karina.
that is what it came down to. And it was, this individual said that they were gonna have their septic replaced within a day, over the weekend, because family was coming. And,
Hopefully it was approved.
who am I supposed to call, or something like that. So I think it's that, and she was making the point of emergency situation. Which I think we all agreed that if it was during a winter storm or something like that, you take it down, or, fire department would take it down. This is a little different than necessarily how you address that specifically, but that we're able to address that somehow. An emergency situation that you're not going to find proof that there are certain extenuating
So add
circumstances.
something to the emergency clause that relates to homeowners. So it would be to remove the trees and not
There's
damage
no
the
damage.
roots, because that's. Because it was in there, if you were excavating within the drip line, you would need a
Okay,
permit.
so in this way, you could screw up all the roots you want, but you couldn't take down the tree until it died. That's what we're gonna be saying.
Well, so we don't specifically speak to the drip line, although Mass General Law says if you injure, deface, or destroy shrub, tree, or plant in a public way, it's a finable offense.
No, I mean, you know, that same person's gonna get up again and be like, well, here's my scenario, am I gonna get in trouble? And I guess if it's, hey, yeah, you can dig and put in a new septic, you just can't take down the tree if it's alive. Okay. It's 2 years later it died because they took up the roots. I don't know. I'm not trying to advocate for it, I'm just trying to figure out how we get by
Yeah,
that.
so that's a big thing.
Can I just make a quick recommendation is that, like, it is very late and not to dismiss this meeting, but I didn't read it, so I really can't
Right,
comment.
yeah.
Could we again table this to the 12th and like take a chance to like review what it's, what you've done, what your changes are, so we can come back for a more productive, and hopefully again, maybe we put our own agenda items ahead of other people's on the discussion. So we can kind of get nailed down, and I will commit to reading it and reviewing it.
And think about how to
Right.
address
accommodate
Andrew's
that.
septic.
No.
It's not mine, hold on, like, I'm trying to help.
There were a lot of
I'm trying to
people who
help.
got up and talked about it. There were like 5 people who got up and stood and defended that, right? So I do think it's revisiting that tape like a little bit to hear what they said, what exactly was their concern.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we just gotta be able to get that. No, address it, not nip it. Address it. How was that get resolved? So somebody didn't think they're walking into 5 years old. I gotta replace it with 8 trees on the wall.
Very good.
You could ask the tree warden before they actually take the action.
No.
It
See,
happened on a
this was,
Sunday.
it happened on a Sunday, they're on a Saturday, and their septic system was blocked up, and they're having family come, and they're gonna replace the septic system the next day. That's literally what the person said. I'm not making it up.
Was there something original one already Title V compliant, or was it like a cesspool, you know, the
Well, I think-
old things that your dad would dig out every summer?
I mean, it's the worst possible situation that could ever exist ever. That was brought up as an example. That's what it was.
All 10 of them.
Right.
All right. Planners report. So this we will revisit on the 12th and think about how to address the septic and the policy question on whether some of that specifics can, yeah,
And I'll have an eye for that too. I'll try to see what I would recommend.
very good. Thank you.
Just a couple things. You already know the budget is due, so Marnie and I are working on that. We submitted placeholders for the full warrant articles. Scenic roads, tree protection bylaw, amend the sign code to add the downtown district to the BD, and Deb's proposal for environmental controls. So those are there. Now, whether we carry them all forward, see where we get. That. I think that's it. That's all I have for today.
Motion to accept the meeting minutes from October.
We don't have any,
have any
I'm sorry.
Motion to adjourn.
Second. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, Latrell, yes?
Mills, yes.
Stein, yes.
Lehan, yes.
Jamiria, yes.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy
Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving.